Okay, everyone, good morning. Thanks for coming along and braving this chilly morning in Nelson. Welcome to those who are listening in online. And you're probably warm at home, but we're cold here, but we'll warm up soon together. We're going to have a run-through for all three categories this morning in this room. And then you are each going to see your own run-throughs again in your own categories in your own rooms. So welcome everyone to the Iris Awards sponsored by Sony. And we're going to have a good 3 days, and we're going to be working well together, and we're going to see some amazing images, hopefully starting right now. I'm going to begin with Illustrative. Sponsor for Illustrative is ISO, is it? Yep, ISO. So run through for the Illustrative category. Thanks to ISO for sponsoring this category. We're going to see his portrait, sponsored by Alfred. work there for the judges. Next, run through wedding. Awesome. So there's the first day's work. So do we split up now? Or? Okay, you can go to your own rooms now. Thank you, judges. Have a great day. Once again, thanks to Sony for sponsoring the Iris Awards, and we look forward to starting a great 3 days. You'll see it on the screen. The screen's quite simple. It's a very visual screen you're getting this year. Yep, so you'll see there's a button that just asks you if you pretty much knowing.
Hello. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Did you miss me? I like it. How's your wrist? Last time I saw you, you had problems. What's the good? Plated. You have titanium there? Okay. It's like the same. I don't like it. Well,
It's up to you. You do whatever you want. You let me know what you want to do at the time.
Autism's not good either.
Hi guys.
Illustrative. Go. Do we need to put these
Keep it to yourself.
Do we need to put this?
Yes, you do. Thank you.
I'm the first. I'm so smart. I'm switched on. Ginny.
Well, something like that. I've got a lot of names for you, you know.
So we should have 9 of them.
Thank you, judges. Your name cards, thank you.
Is there any
Thank you.
note paper
Matt?
that you can put on
also just to write our numbers down.
I'm only a male.
Come on, everything's male.
Okay, so, excuse me, guys, could you ask Trace if the judges could have some sort of pad or pen so that they can write down? Oh, they're getting that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So do we do another run through before we start?
Great name. Thank you. Emma, thank you.
I bought chocolate fish for Johannes.
Oh, yes.
No, because I sent it because it was a good
Thank you, mate. Kay, oh, here you go, mate. This is an exclusion thing, but you don't know the numbers. You just let us know at the time. Give me one. Well, we can. Yes, we will, yes.
Is it today?
Yes, we will.
That must be that's this afternoon. Okay, then you
Maybe the judge want to apply for it. No, but he would have harassed me like for it. So now I've sent it to
Excuse me, judges. Are there judges that are concerned with exclusions personally?
Yeah.
Do you know the numbers?
I know the names, if that helps. Otherwise, it's going to write down the numbers.
Well, the name won't help, will it? Really?
I have a lot of
I
numbers.
thought we were going to do one more run through.
It's going to be quite
I thought so too. Say it loud.
Yes. How many judges have we got? 9. We've got 9 judges, haven't we? Have we? Okay, that's good. Yeah, it's getting tricky, isn't it? Yeah, right.
So I'll leave mine on. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it.
So there's, how many down there? There's like a buttload of them there. I don't feel like it. That's up to you, mate. I mean, you know what you're up to. Yeah, go on. So how the hell? I don't remember. Works. Oh, we have to give that to them, so we log it in. Yeah. So that's Chris. This is the exclusion list. And apparently you guys hand it to honours and they build it into the, so that we know. Yeah, because we can't start until it's logged in. Because one guy's got to get it. It looks like, yeah. Yes. Yeah, because Chris has got to add 20 votes. Yeah. What's it vote? Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. How do we get to do the run through again? Do we start the run through again or do we just start it? But we did, apparently they were going to run through again for each row. Apparently. That's what they said. We don't have to. That's right. So I'm confused.
Exactly. I didn't want to say that. I took the word out of my mouth. Yes, we are strangers. We are people. We travel.
Yeah, yeah. I know, because if you do
And we have four. I didn't know. I drove once to
I love that idea.
What was grabbing the exclusion sense just about to happen.
Yes.
So we're just waiting for that, and then I'll give you the not.
Okay. So we might as well pick some judges then. Okay, so it's 2 girls, 3 girls.
Anyway, at night I had a GPS, and it says Ford, and I go with this rental car, and I'm like, and this is it, as a Ford. I didn't know what a Ford was. Now I know. No, you don't. And I got 3 times until I realized that's the wrong way to go. I came up, and at night, and with the rental car, and it was like a small car, and the whole thing like this, and I was like, yes, come on.
It's like
No, I didn't float, but it did, the vibrations were severe, and I actually had to go back, and I think I'm not going to stop the river, so I went to it. And one of the plastic that covered the wheels, but they didn't say anything, and it was like very clean at the bottom.
Just while we're waiting for the exclusions to be logged into the system, once again, I'd like to thank ISO for being the sponsor of the Illustrative category, which is one of the most interesting categories of all, because there's some great creation going on there. And there's just some interesting facts about ISO here. They began in 1978 making tabletop gaming monitors. And just quickly as they ran through the history, they ended up being, and they got into making black and white televisions. And then created the world's thinnest desktop LCD monitor, and then created a monitor that was the first one that was able to handle Adobe RGB in a thin screen. So they're an amazing product, and I know the people who are very serious about their Photoshop and their artworking and that side of it, that they use that equipment. So the ISO ambassador is Chris Anderson, and he's here this year, so hit him up if you have any questions about ISO products. A little clap for ISO. Should we do it again? We'll run through for the So just as a little, thank you. So just as a little précis with the illustrative category. Oh, I see. Oh. The illustrative category are photographs intended to illustrate concepts and ideas that provide narrative and provoke the viewer in a thought processes. Includes photographs taken or produced to illustrate a subject or topic. So we still have to wait a little while, judges, because we have some new exclusions. Pardon? Are we? So just to remind me how that works, the exclusions.
So you know this one's excluded and that one's excluded on 4. Everyone else is excluded.
So how do I pick the first 5 judges?
Anyone but the 1 3.
Everyone.
Yes.
Could I please invite the following judges to the panel for this morning? Tim Lomax, Mandarin Montgomery, Amber Griffin, Jackie Rankin and Matt Palmer.
Find yourselves on the screen, judges, and put your names in. Amber, have we got you?
Well, yes. Do I need to press enter?
No, nothing will change on you.
Sorry, Paul, so how,
Nothing will change for you here, Russ.
so how do we know who's on? Just
Once they score, you'll see the scores.
got you, I see, okay. So judges, just if you wish to make a comment and you wish to draw my attention, it's a little bit, we're a bit oblique here, so you might have to lean forward and let us know. All right, thanks for that. All right, begin judging session. Feels so powerful. I'm an Apple man, is this a... Is it? Okay. Just wait for that. Here we go. First print. Where have we got? Where's our little picture? Oh, right. First print, please. First print, please. Thank you, handlers. Okay. Good start to the day. We have an average score of 80. Judges, is everyone happy with that? The scoring looks very even. Everyone happy? Great. Okay, would someone like to comment on the image? Jackie, okay, go for it. Good on you, Tim.
This is such a cute image. At first I tried to work out what the little bugs were, but seeing the little guy in the corner, it's got a lot of character to it, and I also really appreciate the graphic nature of the print, so congratulations to the photographer on a silver.
Thank you, Tim. So we'll accept that score. And next print, please. Okay, wow. We have a situation. So the image has scored 83 average, but we do have an elective challenge from, we'll begin this process with Matt, who would like to tell us what you scored, Matt?
Starting the challenge?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So I scored this just into the gold range because I thought it showed outstanding imagination, creativity, technical skill, all of those things that we're looking for. Despite the fact that this is almost a caricature type of image in that everything is bigger than life, I thought that there were so many authentic little touches in this image, and this is coming from somebody that actually used to shoot this kind of photography that is, combat sports. The atmosphere of the stadium is authentic. The way that the LED screens have those little circles on them where you can see the lights behind the screens in the corners, it's authentic. There's so much detail in this image that's contributing to the story. If you look in the back, for those at home, there's so many placards with, amusing sayings on them or referencing pop culture, or especially around cats and dogs. It's just incredible, and it's been put together in quite a believable way despite the fact that it is a caricature type image. I'd be interested to hear what the other judges think.
Great comments, Matt, thank you. There is a range of scores here. You do have some support, but perhaps let's hear from Amber.
I really appreciate everything that you just said, and I scored the image 88, and I was really toying with gold, and I think after spending a little bit more time with the image, I think I'm going to come up to gold with you.
Okay, and Tim, you're at the other end. Would you?
Yeah, I gave this a 77. I thought it was quite a well-executed image, and it did have a lot of imagination. I do think I've been a bit hard there, and with your explanation there, I was able to actually see some nuggets in there that I didn't actually initially see in my first look. I really did appreciate like the cat walking around the ropes on the side and trying to get into the ring, and even seeing all the little signs, so I'm happy to come up.
Would anyone else like to comment? Jackie?
I scored at 83, and I'm quite happy with 83. I feel that for gold, I want more sense of being there. There's a kind of, for me, the light is sitting on the surface. I'm not feeling the depth. Somewhere the blacks are missing. There's just a little nuance that brings that heart part into it, that I'm really in this stadium feeling that light, and there's a bit of artificialness that maybe that's deliberate. Maybe you can bring that towards. So that's where I'm sitting. I'm not prepared to go gold. I'm sorry, not yet.
Go for it.
And I just feel compelled to just mention, because I was on the lower end too, and I was possibly a little harsh. And I applaud the sheer creativity of the image. It's really, it's got humour, it's got story, it's got a lot of little anecdotes, which I really enjoyed reading, and I wish we had more time for that. Why I scored it a little lower was because I felt that it didn't have the depth that I was hoping for. When you're compositing, it's so important to make sure that things that are in the foreground that are sharp, and then if there's things in the background that are not sharp, everything in between should have progressively more out of focus look, whereas there seemed like there was some that were sharp that should have been a little bit unsharp, and vice versa. So it gave me the effect that it was a little cut out in parts. Having said that, it was quite an extraordinary effort, and I was a little harsh, so I will be going up.
So there's a variety of thoughts here. Matt, you bring it home, mate.
Yeah, thanks for your feedback. In terms of the depth, I would say the perspective that we're viewing this from is the photographer that has come into the ring to photograph the winners of the event. And I appreciate that perhaps shooting it from outside the ring and having ropes going across the top, across the front or something like that might have added extra depth. But from the position of the photographer being in the ring, photographing the winners, and under some really unusual light at times, because it's usually mounted to the corners of the ring, I feel like that's probably what you're seeing in terms of the lighting and that kind of brightness at the front. In terms of depth, I believe there is some depth in terms of how the crowd fades off into the darkness, and the photographer here looks like they've literally photographed, I'm not sure how many dogs, but taken hundreds of frames just to fill in the crowd here with characters that aren't even important, just to add that authenticity and detail. Like the amount of silhouettes that are within the scene, not to mention all of the characters that are ringside, is just fantastic. In terms of what Mandarin is saying, I am seeing a little bit of detail fall off. Obviously, there's a bit more fall off between the last edge of the silhouette and the crowd and then the atmosphere of the stadium. That's quite a dramatic change in detail. But I do find that the edges of some of the text and the signage and that kind of thing is a little bit more bleeded out than what you would see on the detail and the cat's fur on the ring, for example. So I think there is that, but perhaps not as exaggerated as what you might expect. But I'm sitting on gold, and I'd hope to perhaps convince you to come up to that early gold stage.
Thank you very much. Great comments, Matt. Good defence of the image. You're unable to change your score, Matt, so you re-enter what you did. So everyone else rescore, please. When do I have this? Sorry, guys. I'm just getting used to this process. So give it a few seconds. How does that look? Who is the challenger? Sorry, guys. All new. Who's the challenger? Can you rescore now?
Yep.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Well, very well done, Matt, but not quite to your target. You've reached 89. So, thank you. So we all know what happens here, guys. So it's, as I understand, it's in or out. So I'll hit this correct button first. Just bear with me. Get used to the flow. And can you reconsider the situation, whether it's in or out?
We've got submitted score.
Pardon?
We've got a submit score box.
Yeah, so it's,
So do we
it
put
stays
in
on
either
89
89
or
or 90?
it's 89 or 90, yeah.
Okay.
Well done to the photographer. Matt has taken you to a 90. And well done, judges. It's a pretty tough one straight out of the box. So, well, great comments, and we'll move on. So, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 71 with everyone seeming of a like mind. Are we happy with that? Thank you. We'll accept that score. Any comment for the photographer from anyone? Thanks, Tim.
It's a great start to a concept. I think just what let it down for me was the technical. So for me, the lighting in the background is overpowering the focus, which is the figure. So I think if you flipped that and had the figure being the glow, the aura, the light, then we'll be pulled to that straight away as opposed to trying to find her in the scene. But well done.
Thank you very much, Tim. So we'll accept that score.
I'd like to just make a wee judge change, please.
And next print, please. Oh, sorry, big pardon. Wait for the judge.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Could Matt please step off and we'd have Elan on in his place?
Sorry, I've just done something with that last one. Are we good? Okay, took time. So we all good, are we? Okay, next print, please. Missing a score. Amber's in, Jackie's in, Elan's in, Mandarin. Great, well it's pretty much even right across the board and we have a 77 average. Is everyone happy with that? Great. Elan, would you like to make a comment on that image?
beautifully printed. The color palette is stunning, and I mean it's a great capture of that boys basketball. Yeah.
Thank you. So we'll accept that score. And just waiting for that to happen. And next print, please. While the judges are considering, I'd like to thank Panasonic for their wonderful television screens that we are all able to observe the quality of these images. Thank you, Panasonic. Okay, once again, very even scoring across the judges. We have an average of 73. Panel happy? Great. Amber, would you like to comment on the photograph for the author? Or should I say the photographer?
Yeah, sure. I think that it's a really lovely collection of images. For me, it's printed just a little bit too large. And I feel that there could be a little bit more attention paid to the way that the images are put together on the page so that they sort of balance each other a little bit more, but it's a beautiful piece.
Thank you, Amber.
Quick judge change. Chris, could I please have you on in place of Jackie?
Next print, please. Okay, we have some very even judging across the board, bar one, which has resulted in an automatic challenge. I think Tim knows who that is.
Right. So I gave this 88, a silver distinction. I think there's multiple reasons for this. The printing is absolutely beautiful. The paper stock really emphasizes the form and texture of the image. And you've got these two abstract shapes, which to me give like divine feminine energy. There's something maternal about it for me, almost not childlike, but a mother and child, or it almost kind of looks like that sort of scene, you know, maybe swaddled or held. There's protection, there's a really warm energy to this image, and also the colour palette is beautiful, like the pinks into the kind of more dusty grey tones. I think it's a really, really strong abstract piece, and maybe my interpretation is off, but I think that's the beauty of this, is it could resonate for people in other ways, but I think in terms of a celebration of form, colour, technique, printing, it hits all the marks. Like, it's definitely deserves more than a bronze in my opinion. Yeah.
Thank you, Tim. Can I hear from you, Chris?
Yeah, Tim, agree with everything you say about the print is beautiful, the color and texture is wonderful. I'd really love to talk about the two images, having the one on the right flipped upside down, because I think that's the choice that is confusing to me. I don't understand why that's there. I think if there was just one of these, it would feel stronger to me. So the choice to take a second one and flip it, I get that there's an intent there, I just can't quite read it, and I'd love to talk about that. I was on 78.
Andrew?
And both very valid points of view. I completely agree that I feel like the image would have been stronger with just one rather than two. I don't understand the story. Having said that, it is superbly printed. It's got a beautiful, ethereal, almost watercolour tonality in those soft, stunning pinks. So I would score it very highly for the technique and the execution, but I'm struggling with the story.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a comment? Yep, Elon?
I agree with Chris and Mandarin. I gave it 78, and yeah.
Thank you. Well, Tim, everyone else scored fairly evenly. What are you going to bring it home with?
Yeah, I hear what everyone's saying, and I'm appreciating that we can all see the amazing technique that this work has created. Just in response to the one image, I think if it was just one by itself, it would almost be too isolated. I think there's a yin and yang flow between these two, and they're in a conversation almost. So one flows up, the other flows down, and you kind of get stuck between oscillating left and right. And there's this beautiful sort of organic energy to it. So yeah.
Thank you, judges. Could you rescore, please? Who are we missing? Someone's missing.
Tim, could you
Oh,
just put
press
in your
enter again.
score?
Oh, well done, Tim. You've given this image a silver at 80. Good discussion. Thank you, judges. Accept that score. And just wait for the system. Next print, please. Awesome. I love sitting watching these scores pop up. We have a wonderful result straight away, a silver for the photographer at 84. There is an elective challenge if someone wants to take it. They don't have to. Would anyone like to challenge that score? Tim, there we go.
I'll give it a go. I gave this 87. Again, amazing technique with the print quality, the paper choice, the texture, the tone. It's all there, and then this beautiful colour of red coming through. It's almost visceral, heart-like, and to me, it's signifying that nature is organic. It's breathing. It's like us. There's blood flow, you know. So I guess just incredible technique. That print quality. Oh, it's so good. And just the tonal range and the pop of red. It's beautiful. Yeah, I would love to discuss it more.
So is there anyone else who'd like to make a comment? Ilan.
Thank you, Tim, for challenging this image. It's worth discussing. I gave this image 84. And I love what you said, and I agree with everything. I find the top part exquisite. I really like those veins and that orange flow, and I mean, it does have these ethereal sort of mood. I think the bottom half, somehow I'm challenged with that because it looks a bit, well, it doesn't, I don't buy it. Something at the bottom doesn't gel with me. It doesn't look, it looks a bit coarse, or the shapes are too hard or too, yeah, it's almost like pencil drawn, or it's not as believable as the top, unfortunately. So this is where I'd like to take the conversation, please.
Yes, Mandarin?
When you said the blood flow, that really resonated with me because the red that red tonality actually reminded me of watercolor when you drop watercolor paint onto a wet page and how it sort of seeps up into the image and it's actually bleeding at the edges, and I really thought that was quite superb. Where it let down a little bit for me was I almost wanted the grey areas to feel a little bit more gritty and more textural to really resonate in contrast with that water flow. But I'm listening.
Chris, before Tim makes a comment?
Okay, so I love this for the reasons that you did as well. When you look up close, everything is really exquisite. When you're from a distance, kind of the bottom third towards the left feels darker and more muddy. Up close, you don't get that at all, but as a piece from a distance, that for me pulled it down just a touch. I'm definitely in support. I was also in silver distinction, but I'd still love to talk about that.
Tim?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying now that I've stepped back and saw that, but I don't think it's distracting at all. I think it kind of almost encapsulates your focal point of this. Is it a river? I'm pretty sure, maybe. And just to comment back on, Ilan, what you mentioned with the bottom half, to me that's grounding the image. It's almost like an umbilical cord. It centers it and it holds you there, and then you flow and go outwards to the edge of the frame. So just impeccable artistry and a really, really amazing print. So.
Thank you, judges. So we'll have a little rescore, please. Okay, thank you very much, judges, and well done. It's now into 86, which is a silver distinction. Well done, great discussion. We'll accept that score, and we have a judge change.
Thank you, Tim. You've done some great talking. If you'd like to have a wee rest, and we'll have Kay Davis on, please.
Next print, please. I love this category. It always coughs up so many great scores. So we are already at silver distinction with an 86. Clap, clap, clap. Well done. But obviously we have some people who think a little bit higher than that. And let's have a look. Let's go, Amber. You can take an electorate challenge if you wish.
Sure. So I scored this image a 91. I think that it is really quite magnificent. To me, the concept feels like the 1 minute to midnight sort of idea of the resources of the earth running out with overpopulation. And I think the image is beautifully printed. I tried to find sort of replicas of the little caterpillars, and I really couldn't. It just feels like a huge amount of intricate work has gone into this. And I love the very simple but beautifully balanced composition. Yeah, I just think it's a really creative piece, and I think it deserves gold.
Thank you for that. Elon, yes?
Thank you, Amber. I do think it's a stunning piece. I gave this image 83. I saw lots of replicas there. Lots and lots. Yeah, so that's why I scored it like that.
Mandarin, would you like to say anything?
I applaud the photographer's beautiful visual communication in this image. Using the circular composition is just really, it draws you into the story of what's happening. The little worm on the bottom of the stem is just the cookie in the piece, and the way that the leaf has been eaten, and you can see the worms are sort of beautifully composed around that, and you can see the story of the overpopulation, as you said. So I scored it in the gold range, and I do genuinely believe that with the printing, the colour palette, the composition, the concept, it is definitely worthy of gold.
Kay, do you want to say anything?
I was probably a little bit harsh, and I am really enjoying the print. The colour palette works beautifully together, the greens and the bronzy sort of colours. I guess I kept it in the silver range purely because of the repetition I kept seeing within all of the elements. I'm listening because I think it is. I mean, it's almost an image where you're looking through a microscope and you're seeing all those little amoebas floating around and everything like this. So, I mean, the graphic nature of it is really exquisite. So I probably have scored it a little bit harsh, and I will come up.
Chris?
I was on 84. I'm going to come up a little bit. There is a bit of repetition in there, and I think for a gold, you'd want to have every element be unique. But something I was really hunting for is I wanted to see a surprise or two in the main circle. I get that the cookies are all down by the leaf, but I was kind of hunting for that little extra thing somewhere else that I didn't spot. That said, I love your interpretation. That's epic. I'm definitely coming up to silver distinction.
So Amber,
Great.
go for it, girl.
Okay, so I think the surprise that you're looking for is definitely down in the bottom there, but I really feel like it's the type of image that the longer that you spend with it, more little surprises will pop out to you. The repetition of what I can see in there just actually really doesn't bother me. I think the way that enormous number of elements is composited together like that with the negative space quite consistent throughout. I just think it's very, very cleverly done. And to be able to illustrate a concept like that, I'm not sure if it was the original intention, but that's certainly what I get from it. I just think it's incredibly clever, and I think it's really worthy of a gold, so please come up.
Thank you, judges. You can rescore. Guess what happened?
89.
So we're now sitting on 89, which is fantastic. so the judges know what we have to do next. Just bear with me for a second. I have to hit the correct button. So let's go. One more to go. There we go. Congratulations to the photographer. They remain in a high silver distinction at 89. Thank you, judges. Accept that score. And next print, please. Must be so exciting for the photographers sitting at home or in the room if they see an image like that come up. And the judges get it so close. It's awesome. Awesome. So we have a pretty good range of, even range of scores there, and it has resulted in a silver at 80, which is very good for the photographer, obviously. Is the panel happy to accept that? Okay, Elon, you'd like to make a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, it's beautiful color palette and exquisite printing. I think it would have scored higher had the highlight on the left would have been slightly toned down.
Thank you for that. Next print, please. Okay, a fairly even range of scoring, and it's resulted in a 78. Everyone happy with that?
Can I challenge?
Oh, you most certainly can challenge.
All right. I was on 83 for this. There's a really good story being told here. I mean, if you play chess, the pieces they're not animated like this, right? They all look the same. Here we've taken someone who's taken an interpretation of a chess game, and they've added motion, and they've added emotion and tension. So you can see what I believe to be the queen has just been knocked off, and her head's missing, and now this knight is probably checkmating the king. It looks like it's kind of at the right position on a chessboard to get the king in checkmate, which I really enjoy. There's emotion in the king's face, holding out that hand like that. Like there is a story being told that I think is quite nice. There's a definite left-right thing here, so you can imagine the black pieces are traveling left across the board towards the white. There's a lovely implication of pieces being in the background, so there's a depth that I think holds together really well. So I was on 83. I'd love to come up to silver for this, and I'd love to have a chat.
Okay. Well, you do have some support there, but we'll come to her later. Ilan.
I agree with you, Chris. And I think the horse is the master of this photograph. And the horse is exquisite, at least the eyes and how it leaps forward, and it's really centric. This has a look of a tilt shift or something where everything fades so harshly, and that's where I think I had a challenge with how out of focus some of those background images. Even the king is already so soft, and some of the droplets are so harsh, so vivid, and in the air frozen. So it's like jarring when there is such strong contrast between those little droplets that are in the air frozen and the soft background.
Okay, would you like to have a chat?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mandarin. Go Kay first.
Sorry, you go. You
Yeah.
go. You go.
Would you like Kay? Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the interplay of the pieces in there, and there's elements of what Chris has said that I really agree with, and there's elements of what Ilan said that I really agree with. I guess what for me, the foreground is really beautiful. That central figure is really beautifully handled, but to me there's a disconnect within the background, that heavy black at the top. So I'm not sort of seeing, I guess, a sense of my brain. Location's not the right word, but a sense of just placement within the whole image.
Thank you, Kay. And Mandarin before Chris.
I agree with what everyone has said. It's a beautiful story. I applaud the photographer for the effort they've taken. I agree with Ilan in that, especially the figure on the left is quite out of focus except for his face. So to use the word again, there is a disconnect between his face and his body. And further to that, I feel that because the horse is further forward, his eyes actually look like they're looking behind the figure that he's supposedly looking at. So that's why I scored down a little.
Chris.
All right, that was really great feedback. Lots to unpack. With the background being quite dark, if you were photographing someone's chessboard in their house, it's going to have furniture and there's windows and plants. So I think that the photographers made an effort to make this epic and dark and kind of like a Game of Thrones battle scene, which are really dark. So it's added that tension, and so it's not real, and I think I appreciate that. Along with the out of focus, if you were photographing people-sized elements, then you'd probably try to keep the knight and the king in focus. But imagine these are like 5 centimeters tall. If you're photographing that, you are probably going to have a shallow depth of field at that small. So that king, which is further back, is going to be a little out of focus. And I think that's a deliberate choice to give that impression of this being, even though this is an epic fight, it's happening at such a small scale on a chessboard that it makes you feel like it's small. So I understand what you're saying, but I think that's a choice, and for me it adds to it. So, Mandy, the eyes not looking quite right, I take your point. I think maybe that horse is an unwilling participant in this, and the knight is the one doing the work. But I had this at silver at 83. I'd love to get a few more up here with me.
Thank you for those comments, Chris. Can we rescore, please? And you have succeeded in achieving a silver for the photographer. So we'll accept that score. Don't change the print yet, thanks. And we're going to have a judge change.
Amber and Mandarin, you've done a fabulous job. Thank you. And can we please have Matt and Emma on?
While the judges are changing, just like to remind everyone that's here and listening online, just how fantastic the NZIPP is going, because they attract wonderful sponsors like Sony, who are the chief sponsor for the Iris Awards. And to give you an idea of their commitment, the New Zealand Professional Photographer of the Year and the Australian Professional Photographer of the Year will each take home a $10,000 Sony prize pack, and that's a pretty amazing thing to have the opportunity of doing. Category winners will each take home a certificate, a crystal engraved trophy, and a share of prizes from a $10,000 prize pool. So that's a major commitment from a great sponsor, which shows you how healthy our wonderful institute, the NZIPP, is. And on that note, we'll have the next print, please. Okay, we have relatively even scoring across the range. There's one poked into the next award range, but we have an initial score of 77 average. Are we happy with that? Chris, you may challenge.
All right. If you've ever been in an artist's studio where if you have a prolific artist, there is art all over the walls. There's all these bits of evidence of the artist, but maybe not the artist themselves. This image is a really good capture of that feeling. We're looking into someone's space where they create, and they create all of these pieces, and they're moving so frenetically you can't see them. There's a really intelligent choice here to have the pieces be nice and sharp and have the artist be almost disappearing because they're pouring themselves into the work. At least that's the interpretation that I get. I think this is it's printed well. The highlights are controlled. There are some pretty dark areas, which again I think is probably an accurate representation of the space that we're shooting in so that it works. I think the flow across the image is great, and our eyes are really drawn to that central piece. So there's a lot to investigate in this, and this feels like one of those images that you could spend some time with and discover new things. So I was on 82. I'd love to see us come into silver.
Matt, would you like to contribute?
Yeah, I enjoy the environment that the photographer has captured here with the kind of the madness of everything on the walls. However, what was holding me back, I felt that it was a really interesting choice to do a longer exposure to capture that movement of the artist. However, that does create kind of a dark triangle shape that's a bit more abstract and takes a little bit of interpreting to work out that that is the artist, and it also makes the shoes almost the most significant part of the artist, which is always going to happen when you have somebody anchored but also moving over that long exposure. And apart from that, perhaps just lifting up those blacks a little bit more because they are very heavy and draw us to the corners.
Anyone else? Emma?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this, the feel of it with the artist. You can sort of feel his mind and the way that he's working and so into his work. I was also agreeing with some of the darks were just a bit dark and drawing your eye perhaps away a little bit.
Chris?
I can't argue about the dark. I'm asking for a silver, so for that I'm okay with it. I think with the feet and that triangle that's created, Matt, if you didn't have that triangle, the artist wouldn't be at all visible, and you'd really struggle to figure out that there's a person there. So to me, having the feet planted like that and relatively still in the top half moving, it actually adds that motion that represents the artist's process. So I think to me that triangle is important. It gives you that focal point. It allows you to identify what's going on. I'm asking for a silver. We're not too far from it, so let's come up.
Okay, good discussion. We'll rescore, please, judges. Good discussion, Chris. Wasn't quite successful, but a good attempt. Thank you. We got a 78 as an average, and we'll accept that score. And as the system works, just give me a tick. All right, next print, please. Okay, this is one of those WOW moments. So we have already achieved, for the photographer's already achieved a gold at 91. However, Elan, you are able to take up an elective challenge, if you will.
Yeah, I will. Thank you. Oh my God.
I was going to say that, but I thought I'd get told off.
We can say OMG if that's more resonating. What have we here? So I scored this image 98 because I cannot increase my score, and I thought I could be lowest here. So, I mean, I'm speechless. This is, we have those angels, we have the center figure, which is human, and she's a female. It's almost like the Last Supper depiction, but I mean, they are eating and drinking, and there's skulls on the ground. There are the devils, and there is all sorts of creatures, and they play the violin, and they feast, and there's so much to look at, and even the cropping and the choice of paper and the color palette is exquisite.
Thank you, Elan. Kay, would you like to, at the other end of the scale, not far away?
Yeah. I scored this 86, and absolute mastery of craft in terms of what has been put together here. It's amazing. I guess what I'm missing, I really want to hear more of the narrative that's coming out of each of the individual characters. I think that's what's held me back. And the heaviness down the bottom, I think the paper choice, I'm not sure was entirely right, because it's sucked the life out of it, and whether that's intentional in terms of that's what it's trying to show, I'm not sure. But I do feel, the top half, there's two separate images almost. There's so much going on in the top half, but in the bottom half, it's just lacking something.
Chris,
and I'm
please.
really wanting to hear what others say.
Cool. Chris, your turn.
I was on 93, And, oh my God, this is exquisite. I guess, Kay, first of all, the stuff that I see, I guess I love that there's that one feminine figure in the middle. Everyone else is losing their mind. There's a sense of panic, and I'm going to read all the other figures as male, and they're all talking to each other, and there's something going on, and there's that one guy on the end with the violin who's kind of just playing crazy music to make it even, I can hear this music in my head, which adds to it. But that one central feminine figure, she has not lost her mind, and she's in control, and she's statuesque. And I love that. That's the narrative for me, is that this one woman is keeping things under control while all the men around her fall apart. From a paper choice point of view, I think if this was printed on a platine, then that darkness under the table would be really black. So I quite like that it's compressed the tonal range, because it gives it that old master's painting feeling, and it means that that area under the table, which should be dark, doesn't massively distract the eye. I love that there's no repetition that I can spot in any of the composite elements. All the skulls were shot individually, and even though they're at really similar angles, they're all individual. I think I was harsh at 93, and I'm going to be coming up.
Maybe you can help us with that.
I was just under gold, and I do see it as a gold image. However, there were a couple of just little nitpicky things that you look at in gold that were holding me back. The first one was that there is the white of the clothing on the right-hand edge, and it is surrounded by blackness, and just that little spot of white draws me into an area that isn't actually important to the image. I think in something that shows so much care and detail, that probably should have been darkened down a little bit more. I know that's very nitpicky, but we are talking gold distinction. The other part, in terms of narrative, as I saw it as perhaps, she's the goddess and they're trying to take over the world or something because they're using compasses and, obviously doing some sort of planning, paperwork, that kind of thing. However, I didn't understand why the skulls were on the ground, and I do appreciate them as an aesthetic element, but when it's obviously such a narrative-driven image as well, I questioned why there were skulls on the ground and yet skulls that were involved in planning whatever this was. Like, is that the last generation of planners that didn't succeed and therefore they're now on the ground, or, why are they there? I'm definitely thinking gold, but I'm interested in what you think in terms of gold distinction.
Well, because it's getting there, Emma, it's a complete team today, so let's hear from you before Ilan replies.
I gave this 90. I mean, it's a stunning image. Oh, sorry. I gave this 90. I love the lighting on all the characters, and that you can see a character in each of the skulls, which is amazing. I wasn't quite sure about the skulls down below on the floor and the darkness, but looking at it from a distance, it sort of draws your eye back into all the characters, and I love the framing of it. So I'm happy to come up.
Okay, Ilan.
Yeah, thank you. Good discussion. What can I say? I'll talk about the skulls on the ground. So this is a very horizontal image because of the table and everyone around it. So we have something at the top. Obviously, we have the centric image, which is very bright. And then we need something to ground that image. And that's where the skulls come in, because you don't want to have like this very heaviness. And so there is a lot of detail there. I was concerned that, we're going to lose some detail. We see the skulls, we understand. We don't need to see everything. It doesn't have to have, every bit lit, because I think it's dark. The whole image actually, as a yin and yang, there's the brightness at the top and the darkness at the bottom. It grounds the photo, it holds it together. The type of cropping actually brings it all together. The two angels create that kind of arc. Some people said no repetition, the feminine, so it's sort of, again, everyone else does look sort of male, which is awesome. I think the paper choice is exquisite. I don't see any other paper that would bring that even better. I think the heaviness is and I just applaud the photographer for the creativity. And if I look at the definition of gold with distinction, exceptional vision, creativity and innovation, tick. Exceptional visual communication and interpretation of subject, tick. High level of originality and thought concept, tick. Invokes a superior emotional response. Well, definitely invoked it in me. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but Yeah, those nitpicking things, you know, I think we have to look at the big picture, and the big picture is awesome.
Well said. Rescore.
I have a connecting issue.
You've always had that. Sorry, mate. What do you mean by that? You're not on the screen? Or?
It says to me connecting.
Connecting. Have you bumped something?
No, I
No?
don't remember. Maybe I moved. Jesus.
Okay, that's out of my league. So,
It's a Wi-Fi thing.
the Wi-Fi thing.
Have I bumped something? Must have. What did I do?
Can we get somebody? Yep. Don't worry, mate. So there, relax. We'll get the people who have a brain who are connected to do this. Yeah. Just while we're having a little technical break here, I'll discuss how the category winners will be awarded. Category winners will be awarded to the top New Zealand entrant and the top Australian entrant separately, if enough entries were received in the category. Category finalists are determined based on the top 3 highest scoring entries from the top 3 or more where entrants are tied, highest scoring aggregate entrants within the category. Hope you understand that. Student category is the top 2 highest scoring entries from the top 3 highest aggregate entrants within the category. A category winner is determined by a majority decision and is awarded to the folio that the judges deem to be best to represent the criteria. Once a decision has been reached, it is final. That's done behind the scenes. A very select panel of judges gets to do that, and they have debate amongst themselves and they discuss what they think is the best folio. It's an exciting process. Once again, I'd like to thank ISO for sponsoring this category. They are the manufacturers of amazing monitors, LCD monitors, and highly supported by our institute. Thank you so much, ISO, for sponsoring the illustrative category. So all our judges are reconnected, and it has lifted the photographer's score from a 91 to a 94, which is a wonderful score. Congratulations to that photographer. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Okay, there's very even scoring across the range there, judges. We have an average 74. think we'll accept that, yeah? Thank you. And we do need to pick it up a little bit, I've been warned, so. Any comment for the photographer there? Okay, thank you.
I quite enjoyed the interpretation of this. I think for me it looked like it was a person in a room that looking at their views around outside of a window. But for me, I think keeping them different and different perspectives would have actually maybe lifted it up a little bit more in terms of looking out from one side to the other, having different images that they're actually looking at.
Thank you, Kate. I'm sure the photographer will appreciate that. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Very even scoring. It's resulted in a 78. There is one person in the next scoring range. They're happy. Thank you. We'll accept that score. Just waiting for the system. Next print, please.
We'd like to comment.
Oh, beg your pardon. Who would like to? Chris, would you like to comment on that?
This is a really good story being told. I think the attention to detail on the horses in the foreground is wonderful, and you can see all the texture in the neck and the hair. I think maybe what would have lifted it a little more, the horses towards the left, they're kind of facing the other way and they haven't seen there's a fight going on while the ones on the right are watching. I think maybe having them clued into the narrative more would have made it feel a little stronger. It was a great image.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a pretty even range of scoring here, one slightly above. We have an average already of 82, which is a wonderful score for the photographer, so it's a silver, thank you. We do have an elective challenge if it wants to be taken up. No, we're all good, we'll accept that score, thank you very much.
I'm happy to give a comment.
Oh, comment, you can give the comment though, Elan, yep.
Yeah, exquisite ideas, and you know those beetles are obviously the epic, and you know to pick so many shadows of white and still bring them through is commendable. Very beautiful print.
Thank you for that, Elan. Next print, please. Thanks, guys. And gals. Who are we missing? All right. Okay, we have fairly even range of scoring apart from one person who can take up an elective challenge. I'm sure she knows who that is. The score originally is 84. Kay, would you like to challenge that?
Yeah, I'm in gold, just in gold, 91. I thought this was so exquisitely done. The narrative for me here is all of we talk about the bird in terms of the composite of the bird is made up of all these insects. It's what they eat. So we're seeing this sort of play on the whole, I guess, the visual components of the image, and the same with the flower. And then you've got this delicate little dragonfly just doing its thing, floating around. I thought the concept has been incredibly well imagined, and and it's been beautifully crafted. So I've put it in the gold, just into the gold range, and I'd like to hear some other thoughts.
Thank you, Matt.
I was on the other end in high bronze for all of the good things that you've said. However, for me, there was a disconnect between the sum of the parts and what the whole image was. And that is that these kinds of birds are not eating insects. And so I kind of struggled to see what the relationship was between all of the insects and this particular bird that doesn't actually have a relationship in nature with insects. And then I found the dragonfly that actually does have the relationship with the insects was a bit domineering, because that is such a very literal presentation of that bug, whereas the rest of the scene is created from parts. So I thought that the craft and the detail and the work that has gone into this has been incredible, but the end result and story left me feeling a little bit disconnected as to why that is.
Elon.
I scored this image 84, and I'm going to go up. Not sure that I'm going to go to gold, but definitely silver distinction. I think it is a strong image. I see it more as a picture. I don't look at the very small details and try to overanalyze it, Matt. So I see this really beautiful, and the choice of having it in front with a background so bright. And look, I agree with you, Matt. All those issues are true. It just doesn't take that much off from the print. I think it's a still amazing photo.
Would anyone else like to contribute? Kay.
Yeah, I take on board, Matt, what you've said about the actual bird itself in terms of it not being eating insects. But I think for me, it's the concept of the whole construct around I guess the hierarchy of evolution or ecology. That's for me is what has put it just into gold. So I'd encourage you all to have another thought on it and see where you can go.
Thank you, Kay. Rescore, please, judges. Okay, you want to pop the score back in? Well done. 87, silver distinction.
Just a wee message from the HR department. We just need a judge change, please. If I could have Tim in for Chris. And those judges that are not judging are welcome to pop out the back and get some morning tea.
Just in case Okay, thank you for that. Next print, please. Thank you for that. Very even scoring. We have a 73 average. I think we'll accept that score. Kay, would you like to make a comment for the photographer?
I think there's a really interesting concept going on here, but it's very hard to understand what is actually being presented to us. I think there needs to be a little bit more information in terms of what the narrative is within the image.
Thank you, Kay. We'll have the next print, please. Once again, quite even scoring, and it's resulted in an 84 silver. Congratulations. Thank you, Tim.
Oh, can I challenge?
Yes, Tim is making an elective challenge, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
I gave this an 87. Again, impeccable print handling, great tonal range. Those blues I'm obsessed with. They're so beautiful. What really brought it up into the silver distinction for me, and this is why I'm glad we're having a conversation, is the flow of the waves down the bottom there. To me, that looks like a whale breaching, and I see a whale in the ocean, and I think it flows beautifully with the sand down the bottom. It's just absolutely stunning, and I think we can nudge it up to a silver distinction.
Okay, well, let's go to the other end, Emma.
Yeah, thanks. I really like the sort of the painterly look of this. I hadn't seen the whale breach that you're saying, Tim, so that's interesting. I do love the movement and the flow that where the water meets the beach and everything, and the colours are beautiful, and it's beautifully printed. I'm happy to look at coming up.
Okay, Ilan.
I agree. I scored it 88, and it should be a silver distinction.
Anyone else? Okay. You look like prevaricating. No, that's all right. Okay, all right. Well, we have an 84 so far, so let's rescore. Well done. 86, silver distinction. Accept that score. And next print, please.
Sorry, that's me.
Well, no mucking around when you do it. So we're straight into a silver distinction, which is wonderful. Clap, clap, clap. We do have 2 potential elective challenges if they want to be taken up. So, okay, Ilan's nodding his head, so you can do that.
I scored this image 90. What can I say? It's original, it's funny, it's unique. Every image tells a story, and together it's like synergism. So I do feel that each one adds to the other. It's beautifully printed, and it tells a story. It's fantastic.
Okay. Emma.
Yeah, no, I see that. I scored this 84. I really love this, and I know this dog breed, the ears do tend to do that, and I think they've captured this really well, and I love the clean look, and from standing back, it's the graphic nature of it is very appealing too. I'm happy to come up. I think they've done a wonderful job.
Okay.
I scored this 82, and I put it in silver because I felt that was where I felt it sat. I absolutely enjoyed the narrative in terms of how the ears have been used as that narrative. But for me, the eyes are the same all the way throughout, and I would have liked to have had that slightly different expression coming through the eyes, which happens when people change expressions. Their eyes change. So that's for me what held it back into the silver.
Yeah, I appreciate it for all the same reasons in silver. What held me back a little bit is that I don't think there really needed to be the full 6 frames. I appreciate that there is a lot of growth in the dog between frame 5 and 6. However, the feeling of each image, the expression is very similar. So when you've got such original frames for the first 4 and then the last 2 are quite similar in expression, it kind of feels like we didn't really need the whole thing. We only needed 5 frames, or if there was just a little bit more nuance in saying something different with one of those 2 frames, yeah, I'd definitely look at going higher, but I'm already in silver.
Tim?
Yeah, look, I scored this 92 gold. Incredibly handled. The print quality is amazing. The way it's laid out. I actually think that the eyes being central weight this to the bottom, and I think that the focus is supposed to be the ears, and that's where all the character is. You've got the puppy stage where he doesn't know what's going on, and then you've got the, I'm a little bit curious and I'll try walk around maybe the park, or I don't know. And then you've got the more mischievous sort of stages, and then he comes up at the end and he's like, and now I'm this beautiful dog that's just fully grown. I think it's got such a lovely flow from left to right. I can see what Matt is saying with maybe that extra frame, but for what's in front of us, I think sometimes simplicity is the hardest thing to do, and they've done this really well.
Ilan?
Thank you, Tim, and thank you everyone who took a punt in this photo. This is what I heard: clean look, graphic nature, narrative, eyes, too many frames. Eyes are the same. This is obviously the same dog, and it grew. So we're looking for different personalities. This is actually the same personality, just maturing. And so this is why it's so exquisite. And, you know, sometimes less is more. We don't need to have like huge evolution. It's a minor change, and you know, the devil or the God is in the details. So I scored it 90. There is a 92. I think we need one more person to step over the line, and we're good.
Well defended, Ilan. Let's rescore everyone. Oh, hang on. Yes, a big pardon. Sorry, got a button to push. Big pardon. And it was Ilan. Go for it, guys. Nearly, but not quite. 88, which is a wonderful score. Okay, we'll accept that score. You're all good? Yep. Next print, please. This is always such a great category and it always has great scores. And that's why we need great minds to look at them, and it has resulted so far in an 85 average for this image. Pretty even scoring across the range. I think we're happy with that. Yes? Would anyone like to make a comment for the photographer? Matt?
Yeah, I think it's clever and original for anyone that hasn't quite got it yet. The bomb has exploded and we're just blinded by the whiteness, which is quite a brave choice to include that as a frame that's so significant within the photograph. Afterwards, we have the aftermath. Perhaps some people didn't understand perhaps why the skeletons were still there, but it does allow us that kind of humorous punchline, so well done to the photographer.
Thank you for that. Before the next print, we'll change the judge.
Emma, if you could go off now and you can grab some morning tea, and Jackie, would love to have you back.
Next print, please. Thanks, judges. Very even scoring apart from one elective challenge. Thank you, Ilan.
I scored this image 93. I'd love to encourage you to look again at this photo. I mean, it's, you know, going into silver is easy choice. Look at her hair. So her hair imitates the bottle or the glass. I mean, she is encapsulated. There is a reflection of her face at the top of this glass encapsulating element. The choice of green around her, her eyes are green. She's like a prisoner inside this, you know, golden cage or a glass cage. She's floating in this sort of mist or puff, and she wants to get out, and she's looking beautiful, and the whole creation is sort of mystical, and so, yeah, it's beautiful. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Ilan. Any other comments? Kay?
Yeah, I scored the print 83, and I felt it sat quite nicely in the silver range. I saw all of those things that you saw, Ilan, and for me, it's a category where we can do a lot of manipulation, and for me, the reflection of her in the top of the jar just didn't sit as reality. I also felt that her expression just didn't connect with that whole feeling of wanting to escape and get out of this, whether it's life choices, life happenings, or whether it is she's actually being captured in this as a preservation of an object that we often do with things like butterflies and all that sort of thing. So yes, for me it's more about the expression.
Yeah, I saw it as perhaps the purity of being a child and moving into your teenage years, and then, you know, that lid lifts off and you see the world in a very different way, and you can see that the cracks are forming on the glass. I scored this as a silver. I agree with everything that's been said so far. However, I do think it's a very well explored concept, and even the idea of breaking through in that context is well explored. So I was just looking for a little bit more about this individual person, and that goes down to the expression as well.
So everyone's like-minded. Ilan, wrote a reply?
Yeah, it's going to be a hard battle, but I think it was worth it. I mean, if there was a person there crying and anguish, you know, with blood tearing, it wouldn't go well with this sort of ethereal or mystical theme.
I didn't even see the cracks on the glass, so it's a big bonus for me. So I just encourage you to go up and acknowledge the photographer for this exquisite work. It's absolutely stunning.
Thank you, judges. Rescore, please. It's remained on the same score at 85, which is still a wonderful score. Congratulations to the photographer. Next print, please. Okay, we have a fairly even range of scoring once again, and it's resulted in a silver at 83, which is excellent. Yes, absolutely, yep. So Matt's got an elective challenge in the next scoring range, basically.
Yeah, I think we're almost there. So for me, this is about the reverence of life, regardless of how big or small it is, because what we see in the direct center that is so very subtle is what I'm interpreting as an egg that would have been within the nest. And, oh, it's hard to see, but it's there. There's also this beautiful little touch of having an ant printed onto the mat board itself, which is quite a fun and unique approach to this kind of image. The only thing that's holding me back, and I'm on a silver distinction, is the fact that I feel like the reverence would be even better communicated by having the ants all facing inwards for the ant, whereas some of them are facing backwards. But that's really the only thing that's holding me back from perhaps an even better score. Silver distinction, 86.
Tim?
I gave this a 78 high bronze, but thank you, Matt, for pointing out those details. I completely missed them, which I'm ashamed to say. But when you go in and you see that egg and the wee ants, that's a beautiful touch, and it's really intelligent. It's such a clean, well-handled print, so I'm happy to come up.
Anyone else? Yep.
I'll just add a little bit more, which I feel that I've probably not necessarily misinterpreted, but I find that whole pattern of life that we get in each of the, I guess, the series of ants around each circle as it goes into the centre are all playing a different role within that colony life, whatever it is. So I think there's a very, very clever narrative that's going on here, and thank you for pointing out the egg. I missed that one too.
But I head nodding, Matt, so you can go for it.
Oh, look, I'm the person challenging, and I think I'm the only one that said anything bad about the image. So I hope you'll come up with me in silver distinction.
Thank you, Matt. Rescore, please, judges. Well done, judges. 87, silver distinction.
I'll just have a quick judge change, please. Can I please have Mandarin and Chris on for Elan and Jackie?
Thank you. Next print, please.
Oh, okay. Right.
Elan. Yeah, come back one more, mate.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, bro. So your name's already in the system. Who's missing? Thank you for that. Very even scoring. I think we'll accept that score at 76. Panel happy? Comment for the photographer from anyone?
I'll comment. I think this is a really lovely concept, and the way it's been photographed, and it potentially is been done on film, but, and then using a light box or something behind it to photograph the actual sequences. I think technically there needs to be a little bit of cleaning up in the shadows that have sort of distracting from some of the elements. So I think keep working on this concept, because I think it's actually really interesting, but just focus on some technical.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Kay. Sorry. We'll have the next print, please. Sorry, Chris. You can judge it. Yeah. Very even scoring, fantastic response. Silver distinction, 86. I think we're all pretty agreeable on that one. Chris, you want to make a comment?
Sure. I'm getting excellent Stranger Things, the upside down vibes from this. I don't know what it is, but it's incredible. The choice of color, the pop of yellow down the bottom to balance everything. There's detail all the way through. This is a very cool image. Well done.
Thank you, Chris. Great comments. Thank you. And what are we doing?
We're just going to have another judge change. If Amber and Matt could be on for Chris and Jackie. Right. Yep, you've already done it. Yep.
So who's going in?
Amber, please. Yep. Yes, please.
So for those at home who are wondering what's happening with these quick judge changing, they have acknowledged the fact that there are some images that they don't feel comfortable judging, and so they've done the right thing and stepped out and are being replaced by people who are unaffected by that. So, are we on it? Or is it? We want the next print, don't we? Yep, next print, please. Well, the cat got the cream. So we have 86, which is a silver distinction. And that's very even scoring, so I think the panel will be happy with that. Tim, go for it.
Congratulations to the photographer. This is a beautifully handled print. amazingly crafted. I love the character of that cat, and he looks so sinister and hungry. And even like just the little details of the bird hiding behind the pot, and then his lover's note, and then the cookbook in the back. Really amazing attention to detail and amazing paper choice. It was really well done.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah. Yep.
And just to add to that, the attention to detail must be applauded. The little catchlight, the reflection of the parrot in the cat's eyes is superb. Well done.
Thank you. Judge change? Oh, we'll accept that score, of course, yes.
Look, another judge switcheroony. So if I could have Chris on for Amber, please.
We're timing you. Chris, jump in. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. I'm just got to pick up the pace a weenie bit. Probably a little bit more than a weenie bit, actually. But we know it's a great category, so plenty of thinking to be done. Okay, well, we have a great score at 85 average, which is a silver. We do have an elective challenge in the next scoring range from Mandarin, if she wishes to take it.
Sure. 85 is a good score. I think I scored it in the gold range. I think it's definitely worthy of a gold. There's shades of Park Harrison here to reference. It's so beautifully handled. The composition is superb, using the rule of thirds, the following the eye around where the birds are placed. And it's just exquisitely printed, the detail, the sharpness where it needs to be, the expression on the scarecrow. I'd love to hear some more comments and bring it up.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, I think what's holding me back on this print is whether my own interpretation is correct, but I saw it as you've got the dark birds on the left, the light birds on the right, and I almost felt like that was a conscience, and perhaps that this person is being torn apart by the consideration of their own conscience. And I felt, well, am I becoming victim to the situation where a judge just makes up the story for the entrant? So I'd really be interested in your input on the narrative, but I'm open-minded.
Chris?
So I was on 82. Something I love everything everyone said and agree with it. I think one thing that I would love to know more about is I don't necessarily understand the dark birds and white birds. Like, I almost feel like the white birds should be interacting with the scene differently than the dark ones. Like, if they were bringing twigs in and that was helping to build the person back up. I haven't figured out that visual clue yet. I think I was a bit harsh on 82, and I'm probably coming up. Let's just see by how much.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing it as the good and the bad, and just, you know, this guy's sort of, his head is angled to the good, essentially, in terms of, as you say, the conscious thoughts and fighting with his inner devil, whatever it might be. Yeah, I agree. I think some of the having the differentiation between what the birds are actually doing to strengthen that narrative would help.
Well, we've heard from the range. Mandarin, you want to bring it home?
Narrative is an interesting thing because I think we all take into account our own life experiences to create our own narrative, which can be slightly different, judge to judge, person to person. The narrative that I see with this image is it's the scarecrow narrative. He is trapped, tied to that pole, can't get away. There's bones and things all, you know, scattered around him. He's got the vultures, the birds that are going to attack and you know, eat him. on the left-hand side, and then he's looking towards the doves who symbolise freedom on the right. You know, so it's that you know, capture versus freedom, and that, I think the expression on his face really references that. So I think with that narrative, or any other that I may have missed, the beautiful subtle tones really add to the whole storyline, and I genuinely think it's deserving of a gold.
Great support. Thank you, Mandarin. Let's rescore judges. Pretty good. It's a higher silver distinction at 88. So we'll accept that score. And next print, please. Thank you, judges. Clip along. Okay, a very even range of scoring, which has resulted in 84 silver, but there is an elective challenge if it wishes to be taken up.
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Thank you, Tim. What did you score?
I scored 91 gold. Just masterful, that's the first word that comes to mind. I think this is a really interesting play on Marie Antoinette, with the hair, the Rococo sort of vibes, the velvet. And then there's the texture in the velvet that kind of mimics the fur of the animals around her, and then you've got the elegance of the flamingos. I can't see anything wrong with it. It's an absolutely stunning image, beautifully lit. There's a lot of technique there. The paper choice is great. So at least a silver distinction in my mind.
Thank you. Anyone else? Matt, yep.
Yeah, I saw most of what you saw, but you brought a little bit extra for me. The thing that held me back a little bit more from a higher silver is just the paper choice, and I do love a good textured paper. However, here, because the left-hand side has such flat tones, you actually see the textured paper become more of a feature on that side, and it almost brings the attention to that rather than supporting what's there already. So I found that a little bit distracting.
Chris?
So there's lots to love about this for sure. I think one of the things that held me back is the dynamic range of the different elements is a little bit different. Like if you look at the flamingo's legs and beak, the black is really black, where the black of the shadow under the animals is a bit different. The dynamic range of the critter in the bottom right, it feels different to everything else. So I think maybe a little bit more attention on just getting that kind of the curves of light and shadow a little more consistent would have helped to sell it more. So that's probably the thing that's holding me back at the moment.
Tim?
Yeah, I can absolutely see what Matt said, and going up and looking at that, yeah, I totally see that. Ultimately, though, I didn't hear anything major to pull it from a silver distinction. I think it's still incredibly crafted and well handled, bar those smaller details.
Okay, rescore. Well done. 86. Congratulations to the photographer. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Once again, a big shout out to Sony for being the Big Daddy sponsor. Really appreciate your association with us, and to ISO, who make wonderful monitors for sponsoring this category. Missing somebody? Thank you, Kay. That's fairly even scoring, resulting in a 78. We happy with that? Okay, Matt, thank you.
I think the concept of using the multiple exposure or whatever technique has been used to create this really giant play on scale by taking something small and creating it massive in the landscape versus a human object is really clever. What I'm not seeing is perhaps some of the detail in the blacks, particularly the car, which is a key subject, and also maybe the intention of that twist of scale.
Thank you very much. Next print, please.
Can we just grab you to judge this one, Jackie?
Oh, sorry, sweet. Okay, very even scoring. It's resulted in a in or out situation of 79.
Challenge?
But there is a challenge, yes. It's an elected challenge really between, well, actually anyone can challenge, I guess, but go for it, yeah.
Yeah, I figured a challenge is probably better than an up or down. The reason why I gave it a very low silver is I thought that there was some great communication going on. If you look at the mug, it's I think it says Super Mum along with a few other things, and she's obviously not feeling quite so super. You know, the toilet roll's dragging on the floor, there's just stuff everywhere, there's bubbles throughout the scene. It's quite chaotic, and you've got the light kind of shining on the boy, and that he's kind of the shining light of the family perhaps, but in reality maybe not so much. I think it's a well-explored concept, so that's probably why I haven't gone pushed into silver distinction or anything like that, but there is a good level of craft and also attention to detail, lots of story elements to tell us about this chaotic scene in the home.
Thank you very much for that. Jackie, you look considered there. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, there's a real sense of reality being there, chaotic, all that. The patina of the print is actually quite suits the scene. It's a bit gritty, and I scored at 78. So I'm on that borderline. I guess I saw a little sort of halo around the woman's head. I wondered whether that was is it a little bit of a technical issue, or is it my glasses? But you know, yeah, the narrative and all that's going on there is pretty cool. You know, maybe I'll come up, I think. Yep.
Thank you for that. Oh, yes, sorry, Tim, didn't see your hand there. Thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out, Jackie. I did notice the halo around her head as well. What kept me, I did 77 bronze. I really appreciated the narrative that, you know, we have this idea of parenthood of being not easy, but kind of this is unfiltered. This is raw. This is what parenting is. Sometimes you've got to hold the baby on the toilet while you bathe the other one because you've just got no time or energy. So I think this is a really raw reality of how much mothers do for their children, and she's ensuring that her child is bathed and fed and all of that. But yeah, what really did hold it back from silver for me was more the technical aspects. There's also a darker spot on the top right corner that kind of kept pulling me away from the kid in the bathtub. But yeah.
Thank you, Tim. Matt?
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything that you guys have said as well. I would say I was questioning the hair a little bit when I first looked at it as well, but I interpreted it as being wet hair, which is why we're not seeing the strays or other details that we would probably expect to see above the head. And in terms of the darkness on the right-hand side, completely agree with you as well. Visually, it is a dark shower implement of some kind, so the vignetting that's been used to create this feel in the scene has only amplified the darkness because of that. So I'm not marking the photographer down too much for that, but we're all on the edge, and I think everyone can make their mind up on which way it goes up, but the discussion is definitely beneficial.
Well done, Matt. Thank you. Rescore, please. $80. Well done.
Look, just quick judge change here. If I could get Amber on for Chris, and Jackie, if you'd like to just sit tight for Kay for a few things.
Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 77. Panel happy with that? Thank you very much. Perhaps, Tim, you could make a comment for the photographer.
Yeah, really beautiful portrait. I appreciate the textures added in with the multiple exposure of, I think, organza or some other fabric. Beautiful shaping around to frame the face. I think just maybe a more dynamic expression could help the image.
Thank you very much, Tim. Next print, please. And while that's happening, our wonderful category sponsor, I've got the pronunciation incorrect. It is AZO, not ISO. So thank you for that. You are? Okay. So, thanks, Elon. Category's over.
Yeah.
One to come. WOW again. We have a 91 gold. We do have someone who's feeling very strong about the image. It has an elective challenge. If he wishes.
Absolutely. I'm obsessed. Oh my God. As soon as I came up to this image, let me gather my thoughts. Just absolutely beautiful. It's just this organic lava lamp. It's a world. It looks like it could be moving and changing. The color tone, oh my God. Like the teals and the oranges, so amazing. Like, I'm actually speechless. And then the paper choice. I did not know the paper choice until you get up and you've got all these sparkling glits of glitter, and it just reminds me of a snow globe. Oh, incredible, incredible, masterful printing, color toning, editing, presenting. It's hitting everything, and I'm obsessed. Can I buy this?
And what did you score it, Tim?
Oh, sorry, I scored 98 gold distinction. Come on.
Okay, so at the other end, we have Elan on 83.
Oh, come on.
Well, I made a mistake.
Well done, Elan. And what do you think your mistake was?
Well, I saw all these sparkly bits and I thought, this is not a photograph. This is some sort of something else with all these textures and all these elements. So I stand corrected.
Thank you, Elan. So it's a great score already and potentially greater still. So let's have some more commentary. Jackie, where are you?
I scored at 88. I can see a gold in here as well, with, on consideration of that. I guess, I didn't go into gold straight up because I wanted to look at the image and not be so impressed by the print quality and the uniqueness of that, and the uniqueness of that print. It's almost like a sandy surface, which is, a great thing for this globe that's of the Earth. And so what held me back was I guess the narrative or the subject within that. And yes, I can see continents, but I thought, is that enduring enough for me? And that's why I was holding back a little bit on just what was inside that frame. But yeah, there you go.
Andrew.
There's so many elements and layers to this image when you first go up to it, and I encourage everyone, if you can, to go up and look at it side on. It looks like actual layers of beautiful, exquisite paint laid down. Is it a nebula? Is it undersea? Is it coral? Is it fire? There's so many things you can read into it. And then when you start looking around at the seeming randomness of it, I could see a sort of a dragon with a claw, which is just to the south of the centre of the image, which is actually very three-dimensional if you stand back and look at it. And it looks like it's trying to capture that sort of, I can almost see a blue bird in the lower right. So for me, it has a strange symbolic narrative, but it's faultless, and I scored at 92 and I'm going up.
Would anyone like to add anything before right of reply? Go for it, Tim.
Well, I didn't hear any reason not to go to gold distinction. Just touching on a few points there, Jackie, you were mentioning unique. It is unique. It is incredible, and I think the thing I love about this is it feels malleable in its energy. It feels solid. It feels liquid. And then when you've got the texture of the paper and then all those shapes, I'm actually shell-shocked. Like, it's absolutely stunning. And I wish you could see it in person here in Nelson because it's beautiful. Please come up.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll rescore, please. Okay, Tim, well, you might not have to buy it after that. You'll probably get it for free. It's it's come to a gold distinction 96. Excellent use of the English language. Thank you very much, judges. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Okay, we have an 81 average, silver, so well done. Okay, everyone's happy with that. Would you like to make a comment for the photographer, Jackie?
Yeah, it's got lovely narrative. What I really liked about it was there's a sense of the butterflies and the girl almost being a cut out and pasted on top. I thought that was deliberate, and I really enjoyed that. To bring it to another level is just give it another forum.
Yeah, well done.
Thanks, Jackie. For all your good work, I'm going to get you to swap with Emma, please.
Next print, please. What does it mean? Oh, I see. Last print entry. Right, gotcha. Okay, so, sorry, judges. We have very even scoring there, roughly speaking, which has resulted in an 82, so it's a silver. There is a potential elective challenge if you wish to take it. Tim?
I'll give it a go. I gave
go.
this 87 silver distinction. Technical brilliance, multiple exposure, composition, texture from the leaves in the second exposure, the branches framing the man on the jetty. There's this kind of feel that it could either be serene and tranquil, or it can be foreboding of something bad. So I kind of like how there's this contrast both in the image and in the narrative, and just, yeah, really, really well crafted. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's beautiful. It's really, yeah, captured me.
Oh, sorry, distracted. Okay, well done. Any other comments? Yes, thank you.
It's beautifully composed, and I'm quite enjoying the slight cold, almost selenium tone-esque blacks. And I see the story as this little guy standing on his houseboat is looking at the beautiful view, and it's almost Blair Witch-like, because in the foreground, which he's not noticing, is these bats hanging, and it's quite sort of eerie and a little bit creepy. And I must say, after the last couple of years, I'm struggling to look at bats. But I actually scored it in the silver range, and I think I might go up looking at it more. So, well done.
Thank you. Any other comments? Tim?
Bring it home?
Yep.
Bring it home.
Yeah, bring it home. $84. It all adds up in the end. Great silver. Thank you. So that was the last print entry. So we can have a little stretch. But don't go anywhere, because we're 1 minute away from the digital.
Have we actually formally met?
I don't know.
I'm Amanda and you're Emma.
Yeah.
Nice to meet
Yeah,
you.
and you. Yeah. Whereabouts are you from?
Melbourne.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that horrible city, that's
Oh,
COVID
really?
central.
Oh,
Yeah,
is it still?
No, well,
Yeah,
kind
you
of
must have been through it.
Yeah.
You seem to be having waves of it here. Oh, sorry. It's sensible, isn't it? Yeah. The amount of this you have on during the day is amazing.
Yeah, I
isn't it?
know.
Have you had it?
No,
I haven't yet.
not cold. Have
I
you?
had 4 weeks ago, so that was kind of perfect timing because I don't want to get
Are
it
you
just
okay?
before. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
It's amazing how different it affects.
I had it for 2-3 days. I felt absolutely awful.
Yeah.
And was
What did I
bedridden,
say?
but then
Eyebrows.
took me about
No,
2 or
but
3
at
weeks
this
to get
age, I
my
get
energy
into
back.
trouble for
Yeah,
saying things
but
like that. Is
yeah,
this male
so I
chauvinism to say?
would-
I wouldn't
would
say
not
that to a
choose
man,
to
but
get
actually
it.
I do
I
say
know, that's
Yeah.
what everyone
sometimes
says.
Yeah.
if I
I'm
approach
doing
a
my
man,
best. Like
I'll show him his
when I
picture.
came over,
And I said,
there's
your
no way
eyebrows
I
are
got it on
amazing.
the plane because I had
So-
my N95 on
And he
from the
actually
moment I
posed
stepped
for me.
through the airport doors to when I got off the plane, other than when you had to show the customs.
Well, I don't know the story behind the eyebrows,
If
but
I'm going to get it,
Yeah.
I'd
to
rather
show
do
you,
something fun
what's the big
than
deal?
be on a
Worst
plane,
case, you could have said
train,
to me, Ilan,
supermarket.
you cannot unsee
But
it now.
I
But,
think it's still
You
kind
don't want not to get it.
yeah, I don't know.
No.
My friends call me patient zero because I went to
Jesus
China
Christ.
2 months before it became a thing, and I came back so
Are you a
sick.
very Christian?
Oh,
I ended
did
up
you?
with a lung specialist. I couldn't breathe.
Jesus, was
Do you
he
think you
Jewish?
know?
I don't know. I reckon it was
Jesus.
It's
You know
a
Jesus.
conversation that goes all the time, but they
Was
were
he
doing
Jewish?
temperature checks at the
Thinking what?
airport
This is my
in
son.
China.
Oh, so new.
I reckon there's a little bit more to it.
Well, we got back from Europe in January before it happened. There's a family, my son is he's a bit older.
Yes,
he went
go
there
ahead.
in Europe
Don't touch
back
it.
then. And he got really sick when we were over there, flu-y sick.
Yeah.
And then I got sick when I got back, like really sick.
This guy
And just
has
with
seven-
then things started to shut down. And we thought, wonder, but
Yeah,
who knows?
I know.
Yeah.
You will never know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's changed everything, really.
Yeah.
And so there's lots of men if you're interested.
Because you have to really think. Like
Yeah, if you want.
I tried to not do too much before I came here because I really wanted to come
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
It's like we've got to think about what you're doing. Am I
Yeah.
going to go out to, a dinner with a whole group of people? Just,
Yes,
I wouldn't say,
right. Yeah.
like, he's a good friend of my
Have you
son.
entered stuff as well?
I only put one in. I wasn't.
Oh, what category?
Oh, I hustle.
Not
I
this
see
one.
to him,
Yeah.
nice eyebrows.
Have you entered in?
Real estate
She
agent.
had
So
four
he's the
in
guy
it. You
with
were really
eyebrows
sweet
that I
about one.
mentioned.
I thought,
don't
yeah,
say
no, I
anything.
won't. But so this is kind of my main.
You can show he's got
category,
this very
but,
lot. You know, I trim my eyebrows because
I'm
they
pleased,
go-
but it's always the
they
one that
go
you're
like
really
sideways
hoping to
sometimes,
that
and there's-
never
no,
perhaps
I
does
don't-
as
I'm
well,
not-
and then one
like,
you
trim a
think's
little bit,
not.
like, you know, scissors.
Yeah,
What
it's
can I do?
funny.
Otherwise I look like a-
It is
Yeah.
tricky.
But anyway, he
And
passed
everyone
away last
sees
year.
things differently.
He had cancer,
Yeah.
and he said,
I'm pleased to
"Things
get
are
it.
by
This is my
stress,
first time judging as well. So.
because he's low.
Usually I'm really nervous about my entries now. I was just nervous about
The
judging.
money was,
It's kind of good.
he just
to kind
said,
of
I'm
keep the
bankrupt,
focus.
and he
Yeah, you kind of
This is Jay, this
when
is-
you're not
this is
judging, when
Kokana,
you
but he survived. What, this
I
was
know,
like
it's
one
different when you
thing.
sit in the seat, isn't it? You do learn stuff a lot. It was Johan that said to me, I have to do it because I rang him.
And so I approached him too, and
I'm
this
quite
character,
naturally shy.
he died
So
in
good.
You speak really well. You do. When I was sitting back there listening to you, like, oh, she sounds, she's a seasoned judge. Make it to
Tim
you,
is
make it.
good, isn't he? Tim has the gift of the gab.
Challenging because we can talk about it.
Yeah.
more, but now it's less. I don't think it's burning, and I don't think
You're right into it, yeah. Yeah. Talk about it. I do that all the time.
Right, we're going to start judging the digital images shortly, and we're just going to have a wee bit of a change up. So on this panel for the first digital image, can I please have on the panel Matt, Ilan, Emma, Tim and Jackie?
Oh, whose phone is this? Oh, is that phone?
Yes.
Someone's phone.
I don't need it. You don't like to use it.
Right, we're good to go.
Logged in? Right, sweet. Okay. Hang on.
Different.
Uh,
Could we
Hang on
please
a sec.
have some help here from Honours?
Sorry guys, we've got a different image on our screens than what you're looking at.
Honors.
Mr. Teko. Oh, yes. So we've got a different image on our screen than what's on the board there. Thanks, Ian. Thank you. Thanks, Ian. Cheers, mate. No, yeah. It's first digital entry.
Yeah,
So, yeah, so that's different to that.
I'm just going to have a little break for a minute or two.
So while we have this little break, just to remind everyone that there's some big prizes up for grabs. New Zealand Photographer of the Year gets a 10 grand prize pack from Sony, which is pretty amazing. And so does the Best Australian entrant. Also gets a 10 grand Sony prize pack. And the category winners, of which this is one, obviously, the Illustrative, shares in a prize pool of 10,000. They take home a beautiful certificate and get a crystal engraved trophy. And this category is sponsored by ASO, who produce beautiful LCD monitors used by the best, because it is the best.
Thank you for holding caller.
We good? Okay, we're good. Thank you, Ian. Okay, we have a score of 77, quite even scoring across the board. Panel happy with that? Tim's not. He's going to support the image with a challenge. Go for it, Tim.
Yeah, I was really sitting with this image, and I think it deserves to be talked about. I think there's a narrative here, and it's hard to fully know, but my interpretation is this is a story about privilege, and that possibly the doors that a white classmate would have isn't accessible, and the window is where they want to go. I don't know if I'm reading that wrong, but this is what I get from the image, and I do think compositionally it's beautiful and it's weighted, so you've got the student, the door, and then up to the window. That flows beautifully. The tones are great. I think it deserves a silver for the narrative and the story. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Anyone else want to make a comment? Jackie?
Well, I scored at 76. I had a problem with the subject, which is the student or the person who's graduating, and being connected with that background, and that is so bright, and the elements weren't coming together to make one. They're all just four elements and a background that weren't all coming together. But I still gave it 76 into the bronze range for it. The balance of all those elements visually, but not exposure-wise.
I think everyone's thinking fairly similarly, so, yep, do you want to make a comment, Matt?
Yeah, I gave it a bronze because I felt like there was enough craft, but I couldn't really resolve what was being communicated. I knew something was being communicated, but I can't work out what. I'm seeing like an ocean between this person and the door, and I'm not sure if that's part of the communication and the difficulty of getting to that point, but I'm not really told what that point is other than it being quite a beautiful architectural door and obviously the window of hope. So I'm not putting the pieces together, and I'm not sure if that's me or if there really needs to be something else in the image that directs us a bit more strongly.
Tim?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Matt. I think the ocean is, it feels like he's unable to reach that door. And so I think this is leading back into a privilege narrative. He wants to get there, but systematically the cards are stacked against him. And I just hope I'm reading that right, but this is what I get from it. And just because I know we all see a narrative here, I think it deserves more than a bronze.
Okay, thank you for that. Rescore, please. Okay, it's created an in or out on 79. So we will review that. And in or out, guys? Remains where it is on 79. It's a high scoring bronze. Thank you very much. And we'll have the next image, please. Very even scoring and has resulted on an 85. We happy with that panel? Yep. Ilan, a little comment for the photographer, please.
Yeah, it's very, very beautifully created, and all those animals and the light and the shades and the color palette with the blue and the brown works perfectly. Very nice.
Thank you, Ilan. Next image, please.
Just before we have the next image, I'll just have Chris in for Matt, please.
Next image, thanks. Oh, you're in charge of that, are you?
Yeah,
I
I
see.
am.
Get your shit together. Oops. Sorry about that, judges. Okay, very even scoring, resulting in an 85. Happy with that? Jackie, would you like to comment for the photographer, please?
Yeah, scored at 86. There's so much joy in here, and the communication of each element throughout the 9 images comes together so well. Well done.
Thank you, Jackie. Next image, please. And judges, we've got to sort of speed it up a little bit, so think quickly, speak quickly. Once again, even scoring, pretty much. It's resulted in 85. Feeling all right about that? Ilan, would you like to comment for the photographer, please?
Beautiful. It's really stunning. There's nothing much to say. The black and the red and all these dancers lying on their backs, it's unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
Quick judge change, please. Can I please have Amber in for Chris?
Excellent. Quite even scoring again, roughly speaking. 83 average. There is an elective challenge if you want to. Everyone happy with
I'll
that?
go for it quickly.
Thank you, Ilan.
I scored it 88. And, you know, it really is a beautiful... the lines, how they merge into the background, how they fade, the lightness at the top, the heaviness at the bottom, the beautiful turquoise with those pinks and yellows. There's a lot of harmony, and it's joyful to look at.
Thank you very much, Ilan. Next image, please. Oh, sorry, big pardon. Oh, there was a challenge, big pardon, sorry. I'm distracted by my screen. Okay, who would like to make a comment? Yep, Tim?
I gave this 78 bronze, and I awarded it bronze simply for the technical aspects and the visual aspects. It is a beautiful image, but I'm struggling to see a full narrative. I would like to know where this place is, and we might not necessarily need to know, but other than that, the cropping, I was kind of considering maybe even vertical and just keeping the central 3 pillars. But the colour tones are beautiful and it's really well done. But yeah, I'm listening.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm answering you actually, Tim. I don't see any technical issues.
No, I didn't say there was.
Okay, so there's no technical issues, and there's no visual issues, I assume. And so just what I picked. So the narrative, look, and the cropping, I think, you know, it's nicely held together, the sides. It's not symmetrical, but it does, I mean, there's no narrative. It simply is something flowing and disappearing into the mist. It's grounded. We don't know what it is. I mean, I would hang it on my wall. So that's how I look at it, as something different and something, you know, pleasant to look at and actually technically executed very nicely and visually and cropping and all that.
Thank you very much. Let's rescore, judges. Remained on the same score, which is still silver. Thank you very much. I'll accept that. Next image. Very even scoring, thanks panel. As a result in a 75, mid-bronze, well done. We'll accept that. Next image, please.
Do you need a comment?
Oh, comment.
Yeah.
Pardon.
Just a
Jackie.
quick comment. Perhaps to go into the next scoring range would be just that other little X factor, something that shouldn't be there, being there, and we're finding it and having it relate to the story.
Thank you, Jackie. Thanks, judges. Once again, the panel's pretty agreeable. 74 average. We're happy with that. Emma, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, I enjoyed the sort of the tonality of this, and I'm struggling a little bit to see the story, but I'm thinking with the barbed wire that you're trying to be kept out of something industrial, perhaps. Maybe if the story was a little bit clearer, that would help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a 77 average, but we have an automatic challenge from Tim.
Yeah, I just got painterly, like Michelangelo, Mona Lisa, Renaissance sort of vibes from this. The color palette, and the pastel tones in the background, how they frame the back of the girl, and then you've got the complementing stitching kind of coming back around the head. I don't know, there's something almost spiritual or religious. There's a beautiful essence of, yeah, she's just beautiful. I think it's really, really, it's elegance, right? You've got Rembrandt lighting on her cheek. Yeah, I think there's so much to dive into there. It's definitely deserving of a silver, so I think we can have a chat.
Thanks, Tim. At the other end, Jackie, what have you got to say?
I scored at 70, and as I'm what annoyed me was, I'm sorry to be annoyed, but there were so many things going on that weren't coming together. The shadows on the stitching was not matching the actual subject of the stitching, and I was confused by why those elements were there together and how they work together. And the confusion just put me down in that area.
Thank you, Alan.
What Jackie said.
I'm up there with you, not quite so high, Tim, but I was on a silver at 83. I think this is a really beautiful piece, and I think to help you guys understand the shadows, I guess it's just a very layered piece. It's almost a photograph of a photograph, which is why there's the texture over what would perhaps be the mat board and the print, and then there's just that whole other very artistic layering, which I think is really unique and original, and I think it's definitely deserving of at least a silver.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, I really think it at least deserves a strong silver. This to me is the creative category. We're working with texture and creativity, and there's just this demure nature about her pose. Silver.
Okay, thanks. Let's rescore, judges.
I just did the same.
Okay, it's in or out, guys. 79. So let me just push the right button. Hang on. It remains on 79, a high silver. Bronze. Thank you. Well done. Next image, please. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Okay, we have a silver at a majority of 3, 80, which is pretty good. You're all happy with that? And who hasn't made a comment yet? Let's go. Emma, you have a crack at that.
Yeah, I really like the colour palette in this. I was slightly confused by the tribal versus tool scenario, but I really enjoyed it for the visual effect.
Thank you very much. Next image. Okay, we have a 74 average, very even scoring across the board. We're all happy there. Okay, Jackie, Tim, go for it. Oh, either way.
Yeah,
Yep,
just
thanks,
to take this, I scored at 74. So I think to take it into that next scoring range, some sort of connection with the subject to the background and a darker vignette or something to bring us in there. Tell us about that story.
Thank you, Jackie. Next image. Okay, we have some high scoring here, which has resulted in an 85 silver. Yes, Tim? Tim's, what's your score, Tim?
I gave it 91 gold. Now, it might be because I'm a cat person, but the phrase that comes to mind is, I fits, I sits, and that's very cat. You can give them beds, you can give them comforters, you can try and give them a wee space, but they will always go for a box. No matter how big or small, and that's illustrated throughout the series, and then the pastel tonal ranges, how it's laid out, how the cat jumps in, sits in, puts his head in. He's mischievous. This is the illustrative category, so it's illustrating its nature, its character. And then I love, 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 love the bottom right frame, how the cat's coming out. That's just the cherry on top for me.
Thank you, Tim. Well, we have some good high scoring here, so at the other end, I guess, still on a good score though, is Emma.
Yeah, I've probably been a little stingy. Graphically, this is great. I love the colour palette with the pastels, and yeah, you could look at this for a long time. This would be a nice piece of wall art. Yeah, it'll definitely come up.
Hello?
I gave this image 87. I'm going to go for gold.
Thank you. We happy, guys? You want to Tim, bring it home?
Oh, I mean, let's give the kitty a gold.
Okay, rescore judges, thanks. Okay, well, it's on 89. So let's have a little review of that. So let me just push the right button. And it's in or out, guys.
Oh, sorry.
And it remains where it is, which is still a wonderful score. Thank you very much. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. Okay, fairly even scoring, and it's resulted in a good silver at 83. Emma, do you want to do anything? Are you happy with that?
Yeah, can I challenge that?
Yes, you
Yeah.
can.
I just thought the concept was really great. It's really relevant to today, I guess, with all the junk food. I thought the lighting was awesome, and the attention to detail, and the characters, the involvement, the connections, and then your main character, obviously, which is going back to sort of a religious take, I guess. Yeah, I encourage you to have another wee look and think about it.
What was your score, Emma?
Sorry, 88.
Thank you. Tim?
I gave this 82 silver, just purely on the concept. It's really, really well executed, harking to lockdown and that celebratory takeout when we were finally at level 3. Oh my god. But the one thing that held me back was the white balance. If these are those white suits, they're quite yellow, and just the tonal range throughout there is getting a bit muddy. But I really appreciate the execution, but that's why I'm just in silver.
Jackie, you want to support that, or you already?
No, just
Sweet as. Emma?
Yeah, no, I agree with what you said, Tim. I'm just on silver distinction. Just asking you to come up a little bit, just for the craft and the the involvement and what they've done here. I think the photographers really put a lot into this. Thanks.
All right, thank you, judges. Let's have another crack. Okay, it goes up 1 point to 84, which is a great silver. Thank you.
Right, I'm just going to swap out two hard-working judges. So if Elan and Tim could have a break, please. And then I'll grab Mandarin and Matt to pop in there.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's great. Fairly even scoring. 82 average, good silver. Slight difference in scoring. Is everyone happy? Okay. Amber, could you comment for the photographer, please?
I think that this is a beautiful piece of art, a really interesting study in holes in the ground or drains, and the thing I appreciated, I think, the most about this was the balance of colour throughout the composition. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Very even scoring, 76 average. Okay, that's good. Matt, you want to make a comment for the photographer, please?
Yeah, the aesthetics of the image is beautiful with that colour palette, with the olive and orange kind of counterbalancing. I think what would have lifted it even higher is if the windows had been utilised a little bit better to tell us and communicate a bit more.
Thank you, Matt. Next image. Okay, we have an 83 average. Everyone happy? Yeah, nodding of heads. Okay, Jackie, would you like to speak to the image?
Yeah, quite a contemporary piece of imagery, but I think I've got a feeling I've seen it before, and but so well laid out and crafted, well done at 84.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. fairly even scoring. It's resulted in a 76, high bronze. No one's really out there. Everyone happy? Yep. Would you like to talk to for the views, please?
I think that this is a really interesting piece of communication. To me, this is about self-love and self-acceptance. And I think what would have just elevated it a little bit higher would be if the craft, especially on the front two figures, was just a little bit tighter, a little bit more believable. But beautiful work, well done.
Thank you very much, Heather. Okay, next image, please. Thanks, judges. Okay, that's resulted in a high bronze at 78. There is an little elective challenge, another scoring area if they want to take it. If they're happy, that's great. Everyone's happy? Will you take it? Yep?
Yep.
Please do.
I think this is a really interesting composition and narrative in perhaps racial privilege or the way that, the blacks and whites do things differently. Here we've got a series of men that are, they're going to receive their awards from university or what have you, and we have all of them except for the white man going in one direction, and yet there's a gap between the black man where the white man perhaps should be. I think it is worthy of a silver, so I'd like to hear from other judges.
Anyone else like to comment? Matt? You can go next, Jack.
Yeah, I struggle a little bit with it in terms of the story. There's the obvious overall narrative, but I'm not getting the intricacies of it. So, for example, if the person in white was occupying that space, then there would still be the gap on the left where they're currently occupying the space. It's also the same figure that's been duplicated, and I think even without the narrative considerations, had they taken slightly different frames or expressions of the figures, that might have helped make it stronger just from a crafts perspective.
Thanks, Matt. Jackie?
Pretty well what Matt said. I scored 78, and it was that repetitive thing that just stopped me engaging with it, and even the background being flipped, and yeah. So.
Andrew?
Thanks. They're all valid comments. I'm perhaps seeing it as the repetitiveness and the fact that they are all the same is how perhaps some white people see black people, is that they're all the same, and perhaps this is trying to add narrative to that. The fact that there is a gap, if that the white man was in where the gap is, then the others would fill that in. So he's kind of stopping the flow of people, humanity, as it should be, by creating that disconnect. So, look, I think it's worth a silver, and I'd love to see it come up a little bit more.
Thank you, judges. Will you score, please? $79. In or out, guys? It remains where it is. High bronze, 79. Thank you very much.
Just another quick Jackie change. Can I please grab Elan in for Jackie?
One to come. Thank you very much. Very even scoring. We have an 83 silver, which is great. There is a potential there if you want to. Yep, go for it. Mandarin?
I think it definitely deserves a little bit more and at least a conversation. I think this is how many of us felt over the last couple of years as couch potatoes during COVID, and I think it's beautifully executed. You know, he's been to the supermarket, the bottle shop with his mask, he's got his bottle, he's sitting there in front of the TV just like a couch potato eating his KFC. Just waiting for the world to reopen, and I think the black background sort of adds narrative to the fact that there's not much else to do at this particular moment. I think it adds humour to something that has been quite traumatic for many people. I'm enjoying the texture of the potato skin. You know, it's worth more than what it's received, I believe. So I'd love to hear what others have to say.
Ilan.
I scored this image 80. I love the idea. Obviously, couch potato, and it's great. He's eating chips. I think, you know, the areas where I struggle with is actually the back of the sofa is out of focus, and the whole sofa is actually floating. So there's nothing grounding the image, and it's so black around it. So that's where my struggle is. It is imaginary, but it has to have some grounding.
Amber?
I really see what you mean there, Ilan. That was the thing that held me back from silver distinction. I'm on 84, but Mandarin, I really like the reason that you gave for that black background, and I think that we can all relate to that feeling of isolation and about the world being a pretty dark place sometimes, especially when you're in the middle of lockdown. So I like that idea, and I think that the image is incredibly well executed and crafted, particularly with the skin texture. So I am going to move up into silver distinction with you.
Mandarin?
Thank you for all those comments. To answer them, I think the fact that the couch is so out of focus in the background adds to that sort of toy nature. When you often see images, for instance, with a Holga camera, or looking down on a street scene shot with a Holga, and you've got such a extreme blurriness in the background of those images, it adds to the toy, the sort of cartoon nature of it. If you actually look very carefully, and it is quite hard when you're looking at a digital image rather than a print, there is a slight strip of black down the bottom, which I think references the fact that he is sitting. There is a floor there, and it sort of disappears completely into blackness, like you would imagine a black backdrop too, if it's lit a certain way or not lit a certain way, to emphasise that sort of in the black void. So I think it's all quite deliberate. The narrative is there for me. I gave it a silver distinction. I definitely believe it needs to come up.
Thank you, judges. Rescore, please. $85. Great score. Accept that. Next image, please. Sorry, Very even scoring, resulting in an 82 average. Good silver. Everyone happy with that? Amber, would you like to comment for the photographer, please?
Sure, this is a beautifully crafted image, and I really appreciate the little attention to detail and the asymmetry that you have achieved throughout such an otherwise symmetrical image. Well done.
Thank you. Okay, we have a 79, but we also have an automatic challenge from Ilan. Tell us your score, Ilan. And
89, I scored this. Look, it's flowing beautifully. The color palette is exquisite. Those lines are merging into each other. It has like sort of a stream quality to it. The white is so beautifully captured, and how the whole thing flows so eloquently. I'd like to talk about that.
okay, at the other end of the deal, Matt.
I saw this potentially as an abstract oil photograph, that is, oil drops in water and then coloured in different ways to create these abstract forms. It does have a lusciousness to it, and I appreciate what you're saying, Ilan. However, I felt like it was a professional standard representation of that technique, and I also saw that on the very bright line near the bottom, that's the thinner line, there may be what is chromatic aberration, a pink fringe on that line, so I felt like it fell into the professional standard.
Ilan?
Well, the bright line that you're referring to is the only reason I gave it 89. And I think it's definitely deserve a silver. It's way above professional standard. It's very beautifully created, and I encourage you to look at it again and reconsider.
Rescore judges, please. Thank you.
Just before the next image, we'll have a quick judge swap. Matt and Mandarin will give you guys a rest, and Jackie and Tim, if you could step in. Just be really quick.
Bring it back. Okay, we have an 82 average, which is a silver. Well done. There is an elective challenge there. Yes, Ilan?
I scored this image 88. There's a beautiful story here. This is, a depiction of what happens these days. This boy, he's so innocent, he's young, he is so naive, and he's hooked into that TV that he looks at with the remote in his hand, and he cannot take his eyes out of it, where there's the entire world to explore around him and behind him. So he's so focused in this sort of mesmerizing technology without seeing that there is so much to explore.
Great. Let's have a look. Emma.
Yeah, I really enjoy the story as well, with the boy looking at the TV and the whole world which perhaps is being ignored. And I like the balance of the image. I think it's captured really well. Yeah, I scored it 78, and I'm listening.
Okay, Tim. Oh, sorry, Jack, you can go next. No, Tim, you go. Tim?
I gave this an 84 strong silver. I really can appreciate the narrative, and I think it could also be subversive. I think technology is sometimes automatically framed as an evil, but I think through technology we can explore the world. So I think that's a cool duality to this picture. What's keeping me in silver is just more like technical stuff. I keep getting drawn to the white pillow on the left just because the highlights, and also on the right, so I kind of keep ping-ponging between the pillows when I want to be resting on the subject, which is the kid.
Jackie.
Yeah, pretty well said.
You happy? Yep. Who was challenging? Ela.
I agree. The pillows are slightly bright, especially the one on the sofa. I don't think that takes away so much from the image. They're not overly bright. There is a beautiful highlight on the boys to make that sort of 3D. We can take points for that, but I think it still deserves at least a silver. So come up. 88.
Rescore judges, please. Come up one. 83. Good silver. We'll accept that score. Very even scoring for 4 people. One elective challenge, if she wishes to take it. Jackie, yes?
So, yeah, I scored it 88. So I'm asking for a silver distinction. And I guess it's the powerfulness of just sitting back here and seeing that the smoke, and then as you concentrate a bit more, the face, and obviously it's illustrated there quite deliberately. But all the elements within that frame, I think, are really well thought through, crafted, and the story is quite deliberate. Not something we've seen that kind of thing before. But I think the technical issues, there's none there really. It's a really well crafted, lit illustration. 88.
Emma.
Thanks for that, Jackie. I've agree with everything said. I do enjoy the colour palette with the teal and the yellow, and when you first see it, you just see the smoke, but as you go out, you appreciate that she's been held by someone, and the story's quite powerful. Obviously, bills are piling up, and she's struggling a bit. So, yeah, I scored at 81, and I'm going to come up.
Yes, Tim.
I gave this an 80 silver. I interpreted it a bit differently, which is fine. I was just looking, to me it's inferring an addiction, and I was kind of looking for a source of that smoke. And I know it's not real, but to me I got maybe addiction to tobacco or something like that, and I was looking for a clue to anchor the smoke figure in the frame. I appreciate the set and all the like the letters coming through and piles up and there's tension on her face. But yeah, there's just something not connecting for me.
Okay, Jack.
It's really got a grip on her. You can see that with the hands that are illustrated, also on the arms, quite deliberate. And yes, I think the smoke, the cigarette is deliberately left out for you to go looking for it. And that's what she's looking for too, in that addiction. Nicely said. Thank you for the help. 88.
All right. Thank you, Jackie. Let's rescore, please, judges. Hang on. Sorry. I think Sorry, guys. Well done. 85. It's a great silver. Oh, distinguished 85. Yeah, cool. Of course it is. Well done, Jackie. Okay, thank you. And the photographer will be very happy with that. We'll accept that. Next image. Very even scoring. We have a 78 average. Panel happy with that? Okay. Amber, would you like to comment for the photographer?
This is a well-crafted image. I think we can all relate to that feeling of having that mask sewn onto our face and the angst that it can cause. So well done for creating this. I think there's just a couple of little technical things in there that could have been improved, perhaps the hot spot on the forehead, and there's a few little things that might need a bit of spotting around the hair, but otherwise a lovely, sharp, well-crafted image. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, just before you start moving, a quick judge change. Can I please have Matt and Kay in for Tim and Emma, please?
Okay, we have an 85 silver distinction, majority of 3. Probably begets any discussion. We're happy with that? Yep. So, Kay, would you like to talk to the photographer, please?
I'm not sure I can actually give the photographer anything to lift the image up further. I'm not sure if anyone else has got anything, but I thought it was actually very powerful. I did want to find a little bit more narrative in terms of what was actually being presented. It's been beautifully done, beautifully crafted, but just that maybe a little bit more information about what is actually happening.
Thank you, Kay. We'll accept that. Okay, we have a 77 average, which is pretty consensual across the board. Happy with that? Great. Amber, would you like to comment for the photographer?
I really appreciate the layering that's gone into this image, and it just is a beautiful creative capture of a landscape of our country. I'm not sure really how to elevate it, because there's lots of elements within this image that I think are really beautiful, so well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, well, very even scoring amongst yourselves, less than a 5 difference, and it's ended up on a 79. Go for it, Matt.
Yeah, I was in the mid-silver. For me, this kind of brought a feeling of something kind of alien, like a space odyssey, how robotic. It's leading you to this ominous place in the distance, but it's actually more ominous in that you don't know what's beyond that point. I find the creativity and ingenuity of it, it looks like it's using those kind of transparent kind of tiles or blocks that you see in kind of bathrooms and things like that, and to use them to transport us to a place that's completely different is quite clever. I think the colour palette is quite pretty, especially when you start examining the individual tiles. The only thing that I would pick out for improvement, and I'm not sure if it's something that others picked out on, is just the edges on the right-hand, left-hand side are kind of a little bit jagged where the tiles end, and perhaps it would have been a bit cleaner to present it with that cropped in just a touch. But I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
Jack?
I scored at 78, and I felt I feel I want to keep on cropping off the outside. There's two images here that's what's happening on the outside and then what's happening on the inside, and it didn't sort of, for my eye, just resolve itself. Are we supposed to be falling down through this or sticking out here and looking at all the edge? So my eye wasn't being controlled. Maybe an exposure, darkness on the edge. Just tell me where to look. Tell me what's the most important element in the frame, and I'd be there.
Well, I think we're all pretty similarly thinking, so Matt, maybe you just reply and we'll go for it.
Well, in turn, I appreciate what you're saying, Jackie. I think that the outside tiles are there to actually transport you into that place. If we cropped off those edges, we would lose the association with what's beside us in the composition. We wouldn't feel like we were standing there. We'd be looking at something that's distant to us. But by having those tiles there, even though they create that minor aesthetic distraction, they're putting us right in the middle of that corridor or falling through that tunnel or whatever that construction may be. In terms of the focal point, sure, you can get caught on the tiles on the edges a little bit, but ultimately you're being led down to that darkness in the center. And I think that darkness in the center, while it doesn't have the detail, it does give you the feeling, and I think this is an image about feeling. So I'm in mid-silver just to reward the creativity, taking a bathroom product and creating something that looks more akin to a spaceship or some sort of sci-fi horror, and transporting us to a different place.
Original score 79. Please rescore, judges. Well done. Silver. Okay, well, we have a silver distinction at 85 at a majority of 3. Panel happy with that? Okay, and perhaps, Jackie, you could have a chat to the photographer for us?
Yeah, well, I loved it at 88. And the petri dish of humanity being brought up so close and showing us all those details, so well crafted. Well done.
Thank you, Jackie. Next image, please. Very even scoring, mid-bronze 75. Thanks for that. Kay, would you like to comment for the photographer?
Yeah, I think there's some elements in there that are not sharp that I feel should have been sharp. So there's a little bit of, mix of focal depth of field, whatever it was. So that was, what I felt was a little bit off-putting.
Thank you. Next image. Okay, we've ended up with a silver distinction of 87. Everyone's feeling fairly enthusiastic for it. Potential elective challenge, everyone happy? Good? Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'm going to challenge it. I was on 90. What brought me up to a gold was just how incredibly cohesive all the elements are working together within this image. I think the narrative is quite strong and emotive, and the whole tonal palette is really beautiful. I just think it's a really innovative take on some of the tragedies that have happened across the ditch. So, what's holding you back from gold?
So let's have perhaps as a reply, well, everyone's pretty similar. So Elon, maybe you can chip in.
It is a beautiful image. I was struggling with the mist and highlights all over the show. It is a beautiful story, and color palette is good, and I can see the fire in the background and the cans of eucalyptus. There's light coming from the left, but it's bouncing all over with fog or smoke, and I thought it's distracting. Yeah.
Okay.
I gave it 85.
Okay, you next.
Yeah, I scored 87, and I feel I actually really want to come up with this one. This is an incredibly powerful, emotive image. Elan, the smoke, if you can call it that, is essentially what's coming through from the fires outside. There's been devastation over here, and it's been done in such a beautifully tender, sensitive manner, and from a different perspective. We're not seeing it from our own perspective, we're actually seeing it from the koalas' perspective. All their homes have been destroyed.
Thank you, Kay. Matt. And then you, Jack.
Yeah, the longer I sit with it, the more I see, and I actually missed the sheepdog under the bed, who's perhaps a little bit annoyed that these refugee koalas have perhaps gone into his territory, or it could be alluding to the fact that domestic animals like farm dogs could be a major threat to koalas that have lost their habitation. And during the fires, there were people that would go out into these areas and kind of drop food for the koalas that they weren't able to see or save immediately. So I feel like it references a whole lot of the rescue effort for these animals during that time. And yeah, I'm looking to come up to gold.
So Jackie's on 89, and I'm coming up to gold too. I went to gold and then I came back, and thanks for giving us a chance. Koalas don't actually live in caravans and have teddy bears, and they're not actually in the wild. These are like little children. They're sucking on straws. So there's another interpretation that can be brought to it that is quite delightful.
Amber.
Yay, well, I'm really glad to hear, with a little bit more time, that we've had a little bit to reconsider. All I'm hearing is positives, and I think that I have to rescore 90, but this is a very deserving image of a gold, and please reward it for the beautiful sensitivity for which it's been crafted with.
Thank you, judges. Rescore. Sorry, I just preempted something. What do I do?
Amber, have you put your score in?
I have not. Oh, now sorry.
Thank you.
Very well done and very exciting for the photographer. 93 gold. Bear with me, this thing's ticking away, trying to think. What's it doing? Here we go, something's happened. Eek.
Could we please have someone from Honours?
Amazing, a little bit of discussion can just change the whole landscape. So that was good. So we were just about to accept the new score, and it said I was out of time, I think. Something like that. Oh, there it is, extended maximum execution time. Whatever that means. Pardon? Oh, cool. Yeah, that's all good. I'm not allowed to touch anything at home either. So once again, just to remind everyone what the category is. It's the photographs intended to illustrate concepts and ideas that provide narrative and provoke the viewer in a thought process. Includes photographs taken or produced to illustrate a subject or topic. And we've obviously seen some great images. We're probably a little bit behind time because they all have been very thought-provoking. And it's a great category, and it's sponsored by a great product, AZO, who make beautiful LCD monitors. Used by the best because they are the best, eh, Chris?
Sure. Yeah, me too.
Thank you. So we went to accept the new score.
Yeah.
And it
Just try to just go back from
I know off the end.
go back on that error.
and just go accept again.
Oh, it's as simple as that. All good. Thank you very much. Okay, so we've accepted that score, and we're having the next image. Okay, we have a silver distinction with a majority of 3 at 85. So everyone was pretty close in that range. That was great. We'll accept that score. Yes, great. And let's have a little look. Matt, would you like to talk to the photographer with that?
I think it's a beautiful concept of two people coming together to create something that they couldn't build apart. And in that way, it's been beautifully realised. So congratulations to the photographer on the silver distinction.
Good comments. Thanks, Matt. Next image, please. Okay, we have a 75 average, and everyone's pretty much the same. We happy with that? Great, we'll accept that score. And Amber, would you like to talk to the image with the photographer?
I think it's a beautifully crafted graphic image, and I really like the way the photographer has brought little tiny pieces of asymmetry into a very symmetrical shape.
Thank you. Next image, please.
Awesome. Look, just a last judge change. If I could please have Chris and Emma in for Elan and Amber.
Okay, we have a 78 average. Yep, go for it, Matt. Chris?
All right, I was on 82 for this. We see images that are the collections of images like this, and something they have to be really good is a balance of color and a balance of texture, which this definitely has. One of the things that's really appealing about this one, though, is there's really clever repetition in this image. And it's not repetition of this tile is the same as that tile over there. It's this component of this tile is repeated over here. There's repeated vents. There are little repeated, they almost look like thumbtacks on the, as though these were pinned to the wall that come from other things. And it becomes this, there's a really appealing kind of Where's Wally thing about this, Where's Waldo thing, where you have to find the matches, and this it's engaging and you want to look at it for a long time. So it's a puzzle, and I think as a puzzle image, this represents the style really well. I've got it in silver. I think this is a great silver standard, and I'd love to talk about it some more.
Yeah.
Right. So I scored at 73, and I found it quite chaotic. If that's deliberate, it's worked. Because there's no real dominant element, and I felt lost in the maze of so many squares. I thought less would be more, and I would be able to read it a little bit better. But I'm listening.
You off? Then you, Matt. Oh yeah, go for it.
I also scored at high professional practice. I couldn't see quite the same connection that you did, Chris, and that I started to notice things that were actually organic. And I thought, okay, well, maybe there are lines in nature as well. But there were just too many objects of too many different kinds that weren't really leading me in any particular direction. I like the idea that it could be a puzzle and that maybe there's that intention, but I'm not finding it at this stage.
Chris?
So appreciate those comments, and both really similar thing, which is there's a lot of chaos in this. This feels like someone who's discovering a city for the first time, which can be really chaotic, and it's noisy, and there's different colors, and there's different textures, and you might even be lost. And that's the feeling that I get from this. It's not a sad lost, it's an excited lost, like someone is discovering all of these things. So for me, that chaos is not a bad thing. That's a positive. That makes this if there were fewer elements and it were simpler and you could digest it all in one view, it wouldn't have the energy that it has now. So the chaos, I think, feeds it. I'm not asking for a gold, I'm looking for a silver, and it'd be great to have some more company up here.
Okay, so the original score was 78. Let's rescore. Oh, hang on. I stopped up there. And that was Chris. There we go. Okay, well done. Silver, majority of 3 at 80. Accept that. And we will have, is it going through? Yep. One more score. Okay. Got it. Okay, we have a silver at 81. Yes, and we have an elective challenge here. Matt, what was your score? And let's have a crack.
I was in the silver distinction, and I'm reading everything in this as deliberate, and I'm seeing somebody that's perhaps had a brain tumor or something removed from their brain, and that story shown in a way that isn't necessarily medical, and is in a completely different way. So to walk up to a picture of, you know, some raspberries, a nut, and then a person holding their head, and to be able to read that story into it is quite impressive communication from the photographer. If I'm right, I definitely think it's a silver distinction, and if I'm wrong, I hope you pull me up on it.
So, Jackie, what are your thoughts?
Okay, so I really thought the idea was amazing. I'm not going to use that word, but I'm judging photographs, and the photographic elements just didn't pull it off. The walnut is, the depth of field is just not enough to make the nut in the front, the back like a nose, because it's sort of meant to be the head, of course. It's repeating the head, and the right hand side, the portrait is it's got why are those white highlights there and the fuzziness? And yes, I get the message, but I just thought the photography wasn't good enough. And I do like the left hand side, and I'd like that just on its own.
Thank you, Kate.
Yeah, I think this has been very cleverly done. To me, the nut, the raspberries, they all represent the brain. And to me, it's about dementia and losing that thought process. And that fuzziness on the right-hand side is about losing that thought process, and everything's white and it's not clear. But I wanted to score this really highly, but I agree, the technical aspects of the depth of field, the images aren't sharp, the elements aren't sharp. And whether that's about the whole murkiness of the whole dementia thing, I'm not 100% sure. But to me, I did want to see them sharp and clear.
Eddie.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kay. I'm going to go with what you said. They're all not sharp because you know, he's losing his memory, his thoughts, that kind of thing, and that is an additional level of communication. But I also agree with Jackie in that these aren't, you know, photographs individually that you'd say, oh, this is a sublime photograph. What I'm seeing is complete rawness and authenticity, and that's what I'm responding to. But I can appreciate if somebody else wants to dig more into the technical side of things. I'm in silver distinction, and I'm hoping you might be able to creep up with me.
All right, judges, original score 81. Well done, silver distinction, majority of 3 at 85. Just waiting for that to go through. Okay, we have a 74 average. Very tight scoring there. Panel's happy with that? Okay, we'll accept that. Let's have a look. Who hasn't had a chat yet? Chris, would you like to say anything to the author there? The photographer, should I say?
Yep, there's really good, clear communication here, so that's a good job on the narrative. I think if you wanted to lift this up perhaps into bronze, maybe providing a little bit more detail in the shadows so that there's more of the wine bottle and a little more of the face. I think it's a deliberate choice to leave it dark, but let us have a little more detail to enjoy it, and it might have come up.
Last image.
Oh.
Thank you very much, judges. I got told off for us going a little bit slow, but I think they were images that needed a lot of consideration, so I think you did very well. I appreciate it very much. Thanks everyone else for attending, putting up the cold. So go and have a break and stretch your legs, and we'll see what happens next. Judges, don't go too far, because I'm assuming there's a category. Tracy will tell you who's who.
Sorry, they're all stuck together.
Come and grab your name tags, judges.
Oh.
You're in this one. You're on the bottom of it.
Jackie.
Tim?
Chris. I feel like I'm at school.
Cheers, Chris.
Thank you, Maria.
That's the image number. That's the entry, yeah. Thank you. Can you stick around for the phone? Yeah, absolutely. I know, we haven't really heard from Tracy yet. Sorry, Tracy. Doing a great job. I'm trying to keep some of the key ones for the rest of the
Yeah.
What happened? What happened?
I don't know, but if you're judging for hours, it's supposed to say somewhere.
So how do I know?
Be back to your extent. Tracy will tell you.
They will tell you? I should have
Yes,
gone.
yeah.
Stay here? Why did they go?
You can go back to 10 minutes.
Oh, I have 10 minutes break?
I'm not the boss. Just say Matt says it. Just ask Tracy to see it. I was thinking, oh, we might be setting off digital for a while here. I just said, be back here for that.
shutting down. Just like,
Are you final judging?
It would have been a way louder than that.
Yeah, she would have been falling from a height.
I was half asleep, so
been
yeah, it's fortunate you didn't land funny on a wrist or anything.
Yeah. Landing on my knees, hands on knees. Yeah.
You nailed the
really
landing. Nothing's broken.
Yeah.
On landscape, I'm really standing up and seeing that all afternoon.
Yeah.
This is student, I take it? This is. Looking at the student care? Do I look like a student?
Oh, it's exciting time for you guys.
Yeah.
Very exciting. You guys all
Straight
stay
off
in
the bat.
Yeah.
It's only one entry, eh? So it's 24. Oh, that's perfect.
Was that
Yeah, so
landscape
some
open?
of a couple of us have it to like 3 or 4. Others.
What time does that start? Same time as
You
usual.
can choose. Yeah.
I'm excited for you guys. Very
Thank
cool.
you.
I really enjoy student category actually.
I watched the last time been to it before we entered, and I watched it on YouTube last year. So yeah, just to have a look. But that's hard, right? Just I've looked at it before.
Really helps.
Yeah.
Because I think
Because I
yesterday
remember
we
at
had
one stage, a lot of swimming students were running into one. Not
Yeah.
sure if that's happened in the past.
Right.
And I used to feel really bad for them, so they got like a really low score because they haven't got other ones to buffer them.
Yeah.
You know, it would be really hard to take.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, I've always had, you know, I've had like crazy low scores. I like always push me to
Are you guys staying
do
so
another
close?
one. But you can't
Yeah,
do that.
close to that.
Yeah, but it's nice to be able to go home and not just say, oh, I've got a.
I know,
you know.
mate.
Yeah,
Oh, also,
instead you
is
say,
it
oh,
on that corner?
I can hide this one under some others.
Yeah,
It really
that's
well.
just how.
Yeah. That one I didn't enter. I
Yeah.
entered two. I got these scores.
Oh, that's cool. Right, I'm going to go sort things out. Are you guys judging students?
No, we're being told here to wait to judge the finals of the last category.
I think we'll be taken away, don't we?
Yes, well, 7 minutes ago to be here in 10.
That's cool. There's not much room on the panel chairs tables, is there? I like to write lots of stuff.
We've got a multi-box and a laptop charger. 87%. Not like
You have a lot of energy and I love it. Very, very good.
83.
Very, very good.
Tim was my husband for the last year.
So you kind of hear Matt judging. I'm very excited about this. This is very disappointing, but this one's very exciting. And you're using the full dynamic range of your voice. That's good. That's good.
Last year I felt
And
I think I was too
my phone's
strict on
right,
myself,
right,
like
right.
being professional. Like we can still have fun.
You're awesome. Because I used to watch you quite a bit because I was on panel chairing and yeah, that was good. Like, it was like one cool thing that he was always kind of like real focus. Like all the time you kept your focus a lot. It was all cool watch. Quite neat seeing different.
Is that because you're interested or because you're shit scared?
Of what?
Of like,
Everything?
someone's going to make me speak.
Yeah.
I must be ready.
Oh no, I'm just thinking.
Hey Rachel, should we be in here so soon for students? They're not going to judge off your own. No.
Have a separate area.
No, they're not. But I need a minute to set some stuff up. So, you want to lead?
So, I did tell you.
Sorry everyone, we're going to just have to move everyone out for maybe 5 minutes. Including myself, yeah. Sorry guys. Thank you guys, sorry.